Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, the music is playing, which means the fun is about to start. Grab your cocktails and get ready for happy hour.
A little ordinary? Is it lacking something awesome? Well, head out to your local liquor store and pick up something extraordinary. Grab a bottle of Old Humble Straight Whiskey or Old Humble Special Reserve. They're clean, smooth, easy drinking whiskeys that taste the way whiskey should taste. From humble beginnings to an extraordinary finish, Old Humble whiskeys are what your bar needs today. Walk tall, be awesome, and drink humble. Old Humble Straight Whiskey and Old Humble Special Reserve. Get yours today.
Get yours today indeed, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages. I am the Old Humble Guy. This is the Whiskey Wednesday Happy Hour, and we are talking about, we're doing something a little bit different today. We're going to talk about cider. Cider. The reason I'm talking about cider today is because we have a couple of really fun cocktails that we do at the distillery using apple juice, apple cider, and ciders of different types. So buckle up, enjoy yourself. Today we are going to be drinking our straight whiskey, 90% corn, 10% malted barley, aged 5 years in used bourbon barrels to give it that nice light color, and a delicious, clean, crisp flavor that you don't usually get from typical bourbons or even corn whiskeys for that matter. Cheers to all of you fine folks out there in internet's world. And any of the new guys we have too, because you look and see, we're up to 824 last week. I think we were at 807, 810. I can't remember the exact number, but we've added like 10 people since the beginning of this week. Really, I'm not entirely sure, but we're marching onward to 1,000 subscribers. As we march closer and closer to 1,000 subscribers, I am constantly and predictably and perpetually reminded that I have said when we hit 1,000 subscribers, I'm going to fight a kangaroo. And there is indeed a kangaroo over here at a petting facility. It's this way, right behind me. In fact, down the freeway about several miles, not too far. Aquarium, aviary, petting zoo area, and not in the petting zoo area. Obviously, you can't have kangaroos in a petting area because they're dangerous animals. But they have kangaroos. They have 4 of them, as a matter of fact. And I've said it. If we do it this year, before the end of this year, I'm going to fight a damn kangaroo. So, fingers crossed that we hit 1,000 subscribers so I can go put one of those bastards in its place. They deserve it. Walking around in their old red vests, fedoras, sunglasses, cigarettes. Probably vape these days. I don't know. I haven't talked to a kangaroo in a while. Most of my knowledge, mind you, of kangaroos comes from cartoons from the 80s. So I'm fairly certain that I'll be able to take one based on the cartoons that I remember from the 80s. But anyway, I am the Old Humble Guy, your local sin merchant and general bad influence. I run the Old Humble Distilling Company. We make award-winning whiskeys. That is our Boomtown Bourbon, our Special Reserve, Double Oak Rye, and our Straight Whiskey. You can see couple of the awards we have on display right there. Um, next week, this week, I don't have trivia scheduled for tomorrow night. I'm not sure if we're going to do it yet. I need to talk to Lisa and decide if we're going to do trivia tomorrow night. I have a lot of work to do at the distillery tomorrow, so we will see. Friday night, we're doing a University of Houston football watch party at the distillery. Our normal operating hours, 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. on Friday night. So we'll be open to Friday night at the distillery. We will not have a broadcast on Friday night. We won't be streaming live Friday night. I may be streaming during the day, doing some work around the shop, and enjoying myself that way. I do have a 24-hour live stream in the planning stages. I'm planning out an idea for a 24-hour live stream. The problem is I don't usually have enough work at the distillery to work for a solid 24 hours. So I need to fill the time up with games and trivia and some other stuff. But I'm working on a 24-hour live stream, partly because in order to reach our monetization goals by the end of the year, I need a lot more viewing hours. I keep moving my desk. My camera's on my desk. I keep moving my desk, and we get little earthquake cams going on here at the local studio. I need to put this thing back up on a tripod. But I need to plan some other stuff around the 24-hour live stream. I can only do trivia so much. I can only talk about whiskey so much. I can only do so many shots, so many drinks. But we have a 24-hour live stream in the planning stages, and partly because in order to reach our monetization goals, we need 400 hours a week. In order to get 400 hours a week, or 400 hours a month, rather, to get 400 hours a month, that's roughly 11 hours a day. To get 11 hours a day, it's 3, 4, 5 hours of streaming. I need to work on edited content and really practice my hand at edited content, but I've got two parts of my channel pretty much solid. I've got long form live streams and shorts. Long shorts get me good watch time and good numbers, analytics, and all that shit. Long stuff gets me good numbers and analytics, but I'm really bad at doing the stuff in the middle. The 6 to 15-minute videos, that's not really my strong suit. So I need to practice on some of that, and I'm going to work on some of those things. I have a cocktail series I'm working on, some comedy stuff that I'm playing around with. We're playing around with some things, and I'm debating how much of these long form live streams I want to keep doing, and how much of how major a factor in our channel that's going to be. I mean, we've grown our channel over the past 7 months. I've grown my channel. I keep saying we and ours. I've grown the channel over the last several months. I mean, we went from literally nobody watching. I can show you the analytics. We went from literally nobody watching it was a solid 2 years, from March 2020 forward. I mean, we were getting maybe 100 hours a month of watch time, maybe 100. It was more like 130 views, and maybe 70 to 100 hours a month. It was dreadful. It was absolutely dreadful. It was like a flat line on all the analytics. But since February, I've learned how to do YouTube stuff better. Maybe we'll do an episode on that, a revisit of our 100,000 quest for 100,000 views. In fact, we just as of today, we've passed 203,000 total views for the life of the channel, which means we've added 163,000 views since February, which is a huge. I mean, I never thought we'd be able to do it. So thank you all out there for your support, continuing to watch, continuing to be a part of the community, continuing to give feedback and ideas and helping this thing grow. I truly do appreciate it. It keeps me coming back on Wednesday nights, keeps me coming back on Thursday nights, keeps me coming back on Friday nights. In fact, next Friday night, we have Mike Gallo, local Texas guitar player, puts on a really good show, original music, fantastic performer. If you want to find him online, he's mikegallo.net. Or you could Google Mike Gallo musician. There's like there's three Mike Gallos. One's a baseball player, one's a punk rock band guy, and then there's our Mike Gallo. And he'll be in not this Friday, But next Friday, and then after that we have Ryan Adam Wells, and then after that, I've got a few more people lined up. I can't remember them off the top of my. Oh wait, I have my. We have it right here. We have same old circles, then Tulane versus U of H. Then into October we have Mike Gallo. UH plays Memphis, but we have Mike Gallo playing, Ryan Adam Wells, and it looks like I haven't booked anybody on the 21st and 28th. I don't know what we're going to do on the 28th. We're going to be out in the woods, and it's like Halloween weekend. The Friday before Halloween. Halloween's on a Monday this year. That's stupid. What's even stupider is when Halloween's on a Monday and people are like, we should move Halloween to a Saturday night. Why do we do Halloween on a Monday? It's because it's the last day of October, you fucking morons. That's why. But anyway, so 24-hour live stream coming up. Wednesday next week, Friday next week. Maybe trivia tomorrow night. I haven't decided yet. I'm having hardware problems with my very old computer. Finally, it's beginning to actually physically break down. So I'm having concerns with my computer over here. But we got to get all that stuff worked out in due time. But let's talk about the topic at hand, shall we? Let's talk about the topic at hand. Let me check chat real quick while I'm here. That screen is too small, boys and girls. Let's make this bigger. Nope, wrong one. That's... where's my button? Zoom. There it is. Larger, please and thank you. One. There we go. Angie Mason Fluid Art's in the house. Mike McClune's in the house. And Great Scott's in the house. Cheers to all of you fine folks. Welcome to the party. Thanks for being in the house. This is indeed live. Are we live versus Memorex? Oh my god, that's such a throwback. Speaking of throwbacks, Coolio died today. Gangster's Paradise. Gangster's Paradise. Shit, I just watched the video like 3 minutes ago. God. Fantastic Voyage. Come along and ride on a fantastic... Anyway, so I was watching the video, showing my son, watching the video. He's like, who's Coolio? Showing the video. And we're watching the video. I'm like, dude, the 90s was something. That was a hell of a time. You just like... Your hoodie godfather would sit there and turn your bike into a car, and you just load up the crew into the car, and you just go to the beach, and then everybody, hundreds of people, would just pile out of the back of your low ride. It was just a fucking amazing time. The 90s was like the last chill decade. Then you know the turn of the century comes, Y2K hits, and it's just like everybody loses their fucking mind. Y2K. The world is going to end with Y2K. All the computers are going to stop working. Planes are going to fall out of the sky. Pacemakers are going to stop updating. Computers are going to just go ape shit and rise up and kill us all, and the Matrix and blah, 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 blah. And then the terrorist attacks and the Patriot Act, and then, forever wars. And then it was just like... The 90s was the last chill decade. It was the last decade of people, of Will Smith before he lost his fucking mind, Parents Just Don't Understand, and Men in Black, and the women down I-95 are just thicker the further you get down I-95. Miami, getting jiggy with it. And then you had Coolio, and you had fucking Snoop Dogg, and you had all the 90s was just a chill damn decade. And then like all the radio stations started to consolidate, and then everything just changed. At the end of the 1990s, everything changed. Y2K comes, terrorist attacks, Patriot Act. Everybody lost their mind. The world lost its mind. We lost our minds. The 90s was something. I miss the 90s sometimes. I mean, I'm older, I'm wiser, I'm much more attractive than I was in the 1990s, but damn, the 90s was a good time. The 90s was a damn good time. That was my 20s. Whew, damn. It's a good time. Cheers to the 90s. May you forever hold a good spot in our memories. The 80s was a weird time. The 70s was a weird time. The 60s was a weird time. But the 90s, that was just Gen X coming of age. That was the last decade of Gen X coming of age. The last chill decade. And then everybody lost their fucking mind. Peace out, 1990s. I miss you. I miss you. Truly do. Okay, so let's talk about Stephen Urbanbeck's in the house. Cheers, Steve. So let's talk about um, um, er, uh, uh, the song was it's not the only time that happens. It happens frequently. Um, Safety Doc is in the house. Did I miss Safety Doc? Oh, there's Safety Doc. What's up, my man? Well, cheers and welcome to the party, Safety Doc. Oh, one other project that I've started working on. I'm going to start a video diary of my through hike of the Lone Star Trail through the Sam Houston National Forest. I'll talk about this on a future episode, and I'll go into much greater depth and detail. But the Lone Star Hiking Trail is a 96-mile hiking trail, pedestrian-only hiking trail through the Sam Houston National Forest. The Sam Houston National Forest goes from basically Huntsville to Cleveland, Texas. A little bit further west than Huntsville, a little bit further, not quite all the way to Cleveland, but 96-mile trail through the National Forest. Right here, just north of Houston, about an hour and a half. The western terminus is about an hour and a half from my house, hour and a half from my house. The eastern terminus is about 45 minutes north of my house, give or take. And in between is 96 miles. So I've started the process of getting myself into some semblance of hike-ready form for a late January, February hike through. It may be hunting season ends in January, so I think it'll be that either the last week of January, first week in February. I don't like missing the Super Bowl, so maybe it'll be that. Not that it matters. The Texans aren't going to fucking be in it. But maybe it'll be somewhere in that 3-week range between the last couple of weeks in January and the first couple of weeks in February. So I've started a video diary. I've started plans for a video diary. The gear, the hiking. I am 3 training hikes in, and mind you, I haven't run a mile for like 3 or 4 years. I haven't ridden my bike for a couple of years. My knee is achy. I'm way overweight. I'm way out of shape. This is going to be a brutal ordeal to get myself in shape because I'm going to have to carry a 40-pound, 30-pound bag, 40-pound bag, 12-ish miles a day in order to get this thing done in 8 days. And I've got to be, so not only do I have to be able to go 12 miles, 6 miles at a time, twice a day, in something like 3 or 4 hours on uneven terrain and hiking through woods. I need to be able to do it twice, and I need to be able to do it 8 days in a row. This is gonna be, this is gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough, but it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be tough but fair, tough and fair. And the weather's gonna be cool in the cool in the day, cold at night. And I'll be sleep. I mean, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a fun project. I'm gonna enjoy doing it. I'm gonna enjoy talking about the Lone Star Trail. I'm gonna enjoy talking about the process. I'm gonna enjoy being in the wilderness. And I've said it once. I've said it 100 times. Old Humble Whiskey is the official whiskey of campouts, cookouts, good times, and great stories. And this is going to be a rolling campout and cookout because I got to cook my food all the way down the way. So this is going to be fun. It's going to be a fun thing, and I am inviting y'all to join me on this journey. So let's talk about cider. Let's get on with the show. Let's talk about cider. Let's get on with the show. So those are the projects that we have going for. Oh, and also the build out of the distillery. Holy shit, I forgot about that. The build out of the distillery. That's going to be part of our ongoing Day in the Life series. When we start the build out and start the process, the build out will probably start in earnest in about 4 weeks, 5 weeks. I've got a whole lot of stuff to clear out. I've got to get supplies brought in. I got to get some more tools. I got to get some more materials. But once the framing starts, man, it's going to go up, and we're just going to build it as we have cash to build it, and we're going to keep going and keep the process going, and hopefully continue to grow through the entire process. And this is also your invitation to come grow with us and see what we do. Did we drop a subscribe? We did. We went from 824 down to 823. Who the fuck? Screw you guys. Not you guys, obviously. You guys are watching, but whoever the fuck that was, screw you, man. Okay, so let's talk about cider. Cider comes in two flavors, two versions. There's fermented and unfermented cider. In common American usage, what we find with raw apple juice that's not been filtered to remove pulp or sediment, it's referred to as fresh cider or sweet cider. Apple juice, of course, is when the juice has been filtered out to remove any of the solids. And then once you ferment the apple juice, now you have a hard cider. So that's the definitions, at least in the United States. When you have the apple juice that still has the sediment and it's not been filtered and it still has the sediment, has everything in it, basically just like squeezed out of the fruit, that's cider in the United States. It's either fresh cider or sweet cider, and then you can carbonate it, you can ferment it, you can do stuff to it at that point and make it hard cider, carbonated cider, sparkling cider, whatever you want to call it. But fresh cider and sweet cider is unfiltered juice, basically. It is generally apple juice. That's like the most common cider that we have here in the States. That's the most common cider around the world. But cider can also come in other varieties, like a pear cider, melon cider, all kinds of other ciders. But most common cider is apple cider. And when you talk about hot ciders, or hard ciders or sweet ciders, most people automatically think of apple cider. In fact, you've already seen it over here in chat. The most common word that's already shown up alongside with cider is apple. And then once you filter out all the pulpy stuff, then you have juice, and then you can ferment it and make it hard cider. In Europe, all non-fermented apple juice is known as juice, and only fermented apple juice is referred to as cider. So here in the United States, we have sweet cider and hard cider. Over in Europe, only if it's fermented, it's cider. If it's not fermented, it's juice. Worldwide, cider varies in alcohol content. Anywhere from 3% alcohol by volume, like the French one that is shit. Okay, I'm gonna try and pronounce this right. Cidre du. Cidre du is the French cider, and then 8.5 alcohol by volume or above with your English ciders. But the English don't fuck around with their beers and their ciders. Congress in 2015 brought U.S. cider definitions into alignment with international definitions, raising the allowable levels of carbonation, alcohol content, and including pears and apples in the definition of hard cider. So there's that as well. Now, the first recorded references of cider date back to the Roman times in 55 BC with Julius Caesar. He found he was in Britain. He was in Britain because that's where Julius Caesar started his rise to the emperorship as Caesar Britannicus or something like that. The Britons were fermenting their cider from native crab apples in Britain, and then the people of northern Spain. This was another area where cider was being found early in recorded history, or modern, right, I guess recent recorded history, the last couple thousand years. People in northern Spain were making something called cidre, because it's Spanish. before the birth of Christ. So it was back 2030 or so years ago. The Norman conquest of England in 1066 resulted in the introduction of many new apple varieties from France, and cider soon became the most popular drink after beer and ale, or ale is a type of beer, but after English ales. Cider then at the time, because money was short and cash was short, and it was still a largely barter economy, cider was used to pay tithes and rents at the time, and that was a custom that even continued into America, because in the 1600s, when the Pilgrims landed in the United States, it was just a few short years after they landed that uh, uh, that they started planting apple orchards. And the apple trees in Massachusetts, where they planted for the Bay Colony, were used to make cider, partly because the water was of questionable value to drink, and also partly because it just tasted good, and apples were really easy to grow in that environment and that climate. So cider was probably it was probably the most common beverage to be had, because they didn't have any vineyards at the time, especially in the Northeast United States, the future United States, and even children drank it in a diluted form. In many places, um, not only was the water not particularly safe to drink, but it had questionable flavoring compounds from the soil, and it just tasted better to have it to have cider instead of. No, it didn't just taste better. It tasted better to have the water, but also the water could be very dangerous to drink. So, farms in the Northeast United States, or the future United States, the Northeast colonies, um, or I guess at that time it would have just been the northern colonies, because there wasn't a west, really. Anyway, they would commonly have uh, apple orchards, nut orchards, and their farm with the animals and stuff along with the grains. But as westward expansion continued through the 1600s and 1700s, apple trees followed the homesteads and followed the farms into the west and central plains, and all the way to the coast. Apple trees were abundant throughout the United States. They grew really well in our climates. They spread all across the continent. And apple cider was the most common drink behind whiskey in the United States throughout the early days of the United States and up into the 1860s. As homesteads continued to grow into the West in the early mid late 1800s, as homesteads continued to grow into the West and cheap grain was being grown, beer overtook cider as the uh, most common fermented drink behind or along with whiskey. I don't know if I don't know where whiskey falls in that. I don't know if it was one, two, or three, but between beer and cider, beer overtook cider, and cider became less and less and less common. Partly because it took a long time for unpasteurized and non-homogenized ciders to get from the farms to the markets. And when apple cider is moving from farm to market, it can spoil. Beer didn't spoil as quickly. It was a much more hearty drink, as was whiskey. So cider began to fall out of favor until relatively recently, when cider has now grown back in popularity in the late, God, it sounds like forever ago, the late 1900s. Jesus Christ. The late 20th century and early part of the 21st century, cider has continued to grow in popularity, to the point in 2015 where they had to update and modernize the definitions of cider. So there you go. The brief secret history of cider. You never really thought about that, did you? I mean, cider is popular because apples just grow really well. Apple trees, and with the new varieties of apples, cider is getting more and more and more popular. Now, we do several cocktails at the distillery using apple juice and apple cider. Our apple blossom cocktail it is apple juice, cinnamon, and a shot of our straight whiskey. We have our apple bomb cocktail, which is a glass with a shot of whiskey in it. We'll do the shot of whiskey first into a cocktail glass. Shot of whiskey in a cocktail glass. There you go. Cider with the whiskey. There you go. You can add ice if you are so inclined, but it's a little bit of a high octane. It's an apple bomb. So we have an apple blossom, which is just apple juice. The apple bomb, which is cider. I probably put too much in here. And then we have my favorite, which is simply a glass of apple cider, my C3PO mug, a glass of apple cider. We created this drink with the one and only Tifa Tiddlywinks. There you go. A shot of whiskey. You take the apple cider, take the shot of whiskey, and you slip it in cider. I'm not going to chug that because I would like to make it through the rest of the evening. But I will drink it later over the course of the night. So that is our slip and cider cocktail. We do not serve that at the distillery. We recommend the apple bomb for bars and restaurants because they usually have apple cider. They usually have our whiskey. And then, of course, the slip and cider is a fun one to drink like a Boilermaker at the bar. If you want to make people do shots, order a round of slip and ciders. That'll put people on their fucking back. An entire glass of cider and a shot of whiskey. Oh, Lord Almighty! But there you go. That is our topic of the night. Apple cider cocktails. Whoa, goodness gracious! It's gonna give me the burps because of all the carbonation. This is like 4 drinks I'm gonna have tonight. This is fucking a lot. All right, let's go to chat, shall we? Let's slip into the other screen. Is this the one? Ta-da! Welcome to chat, ladies and gentlemen. Let me scroll up to where I left you. See if I can find the lad. There it is. Goddamn Bacon's in the house. Bacon, what's up, my man? Welcome to the party. Cheers and salutations. This is a good ratio. 1 shot to 12 ounces is a really good ratio when it comes to the when it comes to the mix. There's not enough cider. I don't like the apple bomb quite so much. There's not enough cider in there to balance out with the whiskey. But if you add a little cinnamon, a little bit of ice, it makes it a little bit better. So there you go. I mean, sometimes I have cocktails that I just don't like. It happens. It absolutely happens. Anyway, okay. So where are we at? Why is the song "Crazy" by CeeLo suddenly playing? I don't know why the song "Crazy" by CeeLo is suddenly playing in your head. That's a good song, though. That's a really good song. Huh. Anyway, yeah, the 90s were a great time. I graduated in 93. Was the class of 93, I think? Was that class of 93 or the class of 94? I think I was the class of 93. So long ago, I barely even remember. I was the class of 93. Holy Christ, that means we have our 30th reunion next year? Ugh, I'm going to have to get the distillery ship shape to have the reunion at the distillery. Have all those people come to my distillery. That'll be fun. Um, uh, will it be fun? Will it be? I don't know. I don't know if it'll be fun. Apple cider and some whiskeys. Apple cider and some whiskeys are very good. Um, I wouldn't mix this with my special reserve. I wouldn't mix it with my bourbon. I certainly wouldn't mix it with the rye. But some whiskeys, some bourbons are lighter in contour. Uh, like my bourbon actually probably would go with this really well because it's lighter in the rye, heavier in the corn, lighter in the rye, heavy in the malted barley. The bourbon probably would go with it quite nicely. Uh, there's a crispness to the apple cider that has to go with the sweet and crispness of the uh, of the whiskey as well. And you know, hang on a second. See if I can get the lovely Mrs. Old Humble guy to come in here for a second. I think I just heard her. She might have just said something. I think she's coming. Hang on. Yeah, I hear her walking. She's coming. My lovely wife. And we lost another fucking subscriber. Fuck you guys. My lovely wife.
Whoa.
Would you like to try this?
What did you do?
Try that.
Well, it's strong.
She thinks the slippin' and cider is strong. She comes back for more when you give her the slippin' and cider.
Pretty good.
She
Was that with your rye or was that with the...
That's the straight whiskey, my dear. She is a fan of the slippin' and cider.
So what'd you do to offend your subscribers?
You want to try this one? That's the apple bomb. I don't think she's going to like the apple bomb as much.
It's a little stronger. Which one is this?
It's got more whiskey to the cider.
Yeah.
Yeah. She didn't like the apple bomb quite so much.
Is it the same whiskey?
Same whiskey. It's just less cider, more whiskey.
They both taste good, though.
She likes them both. We have a winner. She gave it back to me, though. She has to get up in the morning and go to work, so she's not going to drink a whole drink.
Or 9, I'd be fine.
Yeah, an hour ago she'd have had the whole drink, but now she's not going to drink the whole thing. All right, so there you go. The Mrs. Old Humble guy handily endorses the drink. I'm putting my microphone box back in my pocket. Sorry, guys. So there you go. Mrs. Old Humble guy approves. She approves of the slippin' and cider and rolled her eyes at me. She also likes the apple bomb. She really likes the apple blossom, as does my mom. That is her favorite cocktail. So there you go. Not a hard cider fan yourself, but not against mixing regular cider with booze. Yeah, I mean, you know, regular sparkling cider has basically the same flavor. The hard cider, you know, it has a little bit of alcohol in it. But mixing a little bit of booze with the regular, it basically has. I mean, you mix the whiskey with the hard cider, and it basically just has a little bit heavier alcohol content instead of just a shot of whiskey and cider. It's a shot of whiskey and cider, and a little bit more alcohol from the cider itself. Speaking of cider, apples grow naturally in Washington State. Yes, they do. They are native to Washington. I think they're native to Washington. Were they native to Washington, or were they introduced to Washington? And they just grow wild. Hello, my dear.
Have a small glass?
Of... She wants a small glass.
Is that the same glass? Oh
There you
my
go, my
gosh, they're the same size.
There you go. No,
They're the same size.
there's a
One's
little bit
more
left.
fancy.
There's a little bit left behind. Cheers.
Okay. This is the stronger one, though. You're gonna knock my butt
When
off.
do you want the rest of the cider? There you go. Bye. Love you, my dear.
Love you too.
Mwah. You can see the lovely Mrs. Old Humble guy in our latest short that we put out. She is a great actress. I love her to death. Love her till death do we part. Hopefully, hopefully, she always tells me that she has to go before me, but I have a feeling I'm going to go first because I live pretty hard. But we got another good solid 20 years together at least, I'm guessing. At least 20 years together, right, baby? We just had our 21st anniversary at the beginning of this month. And then we went off to the woods and rented a cabin and stayed in our cabin for a couple of nights up in Lufkin. It was fun. I'll tell you all the nitty-gritty details if you'd like. The neighbors knocked on our cabin door and introduced themselves. Oh goodness, that was a fun weekend. Fun weekend. We went and visited Front Porch Distilling Company. Right there, these guys. Makers of 19 Oaks. 19 Oaks whiskey. A very delightful whiskey, I'll add. Okay, let's get on with chat. And seriously, I lost 2 subscribers tonight. How the fuck? Like since the beginning of the show. That sucks. Y'all keep me far away from fighting a kangaroo, aren't you? It's all right. We'll make it up somehow. Anyway, Angry Orchard. That's actually what I'm drinking. Is Angry Orchard. This is Angry Orchard. That's what I'm drinking right there. Angry Orchard. National brand. I've also cooled the hard ciders. That one's a Chaser at Tom's. Really? Is hard cider really that much of a... I wonder if it's because of the malt liquor. Is it because it's malted? No, this is just fermented juice. I wonder why fermented cider causes issues, but cider and whiskey doesn't. I'm curious to that. One time, just not a fan. Besides, got to have room for the Yingling and PBR stockpile. Same with the Smirnoff Ice. Okay, so Smirnoff Ice is malt liquor. Mike's Hard Lemonade is malt liquor. So that I get, because that's actually malted. I mean, well, it's malt liquor. That's what it is. It's malt liquor with flavor or whatever. Anyway, Four Locos. Jesus Christ, you people are insane. I'm always fascinated to find out what garbage people put in their bodies. I mean, I don't have a great diet. You can see I don't have a great fucking diet. I'm working on. I'm trying harder. Like today for lunch, I actually had chicken and a salad. Haven't had a burger from a fast food joint and I don't know how long. But I'm always fascinated. Like Four Locos and Mountain Dew Red Alert and they eat Hot Pockets and just like Hot Pockets are really good, by the way. And don't get me wrong, I'm not judging. Like I eat Taco Bell and all kinds of garbage all the fucking time. But it just fascinates me. It really does. I'm not gonna lie. It absolutely fascinates me. Like what kind of drinks people drink. Because I drink water. I drink water almost all the time. I drink water, whiskey, beer, milk, cow milk. I don't drink almond milk. Ginger ale, Coke. Don't drink Diet Coke. Don't drink Pepsi. Don't drink Dr. Pepper. I can't stand Dr. Pepper. Unless they don't have Coke. And then they're like, we don't have Coke. We only have Pepsi. Do you have Dr. Pepper? Well, I don't drink Dr. Pepper. But anyway. Tart ones. Yes. So yeah, it just fascinates me when people are like Mountain Dew and Four Loko and the energy drinks, the Monster energy drinks, and oh my god, the 5-hour energies and stuff like that. That shit just fascinates me because I've tried to drink the 5-hour. I drink coffee like it's nothing, but I usually limit myself to two cups of coffee a day. And definitely no coffee after 3 o'clock, because Jesus Christ, if I drink coffee after 3 o'clock, I'm awake. But I also go entire days. I go 2 or 3 days without drinking any coffee whatsoever. Like when I do my through hike of the Lone Star Trail, the Sam Houston Forest, when I do my through hike, I'm probably not going to drink coffee. Partly because you have to pack that shit in, but also just, waking up. When I sleep out in the trees, I wake up, I'm ready to go. That fresh air, the cool nights and the fresh air, man, I wake up and I got all the fucking energy. It's like spinach to Popeye when I'm out sleeping under the pines. It will just wakes me up and gets me moving. Anyway, on with the show. What type of ciders do you like? Tend towards the tart. I really do. I'm with you there, Bacon. I like the sweet tart, more tart type of apple ciders. I don't like pear. I don't like the other fruits. I don't like pear. I don't like melon ciders and shit like that. I'm not a big fan of that stuff. Those are too sweet. But I like the tart, the apple tarts and stuff like that. Anyway, let's keep going. Making my own recipe for Four Loko. What? Own recipe for Four Loko. Final iteration was somewhere around 24%. 24% caffeine. Holy Christ! How do you function? Bourbon Ron's in the house. How do you function with that much caffeine coursing through your veins? Jesus. At that point, do you see sound? Just like, do you hear colors? Like you can hear blue? It's just like, good Lord. Yeah, those 2 subscribers are twats. They can go. It's fine. I'll get them back. It's no big deal. It's fine. Whatever. They joined the party probably through the shorts. Anyway, they got mad because they got notified. Hey, he's live. Dicks. Yeah, Mad Dog 2020. That's another one. That's another malt liquor that is what was that show? It was not unemployed. It was Adam not Adam Savage. Was it Adam Savage? No. What is that? I'm knocking stuff off my desk. Oh, there's a cord over there on the ground. Okay. Adam. No, not Adam Savage. Adam Levine. Anders something or another. 3 dudes working at a call center. God damn it. I can't remember the name of that show. But they did Edward Mad Dog Hands. Edward Bottle. I mean, it wasn't just that show. I've seen it other places where they like duct tape bottles of Mad Dog to their buddies' hands, and you have to. That's it. You have Mad Dog hands. You have to drink the Mad Dog. Uh, Ron, you didn't miss fireworks. We just talking about apple cider. Delicious apple cider. The secret history of apple cider. And see, here's the funny thing. Like my YouTube account, I try to keep the YouTube account light and relaxed and laid back and happy hour shit. I have 822 subscribers right now on YouTube. I have more subscribers on my TikTok account. And on my TikTok account, I regularly cause trouble. Like this week on my TikTok account, I have like 950 something subscribers on the TikTok side. But TikTok, it's a little bit of the YouTube Shorts world that I do. Sometimes I record a TikTok and then I move it over to YouTube Shorts because it's their editing process on TikTok is easier. You can do voiceovers and shit like that, and it's great. But also on TikTok, I do things like just remind people that voter registration day is October 18th. and election day is November 8th, or at least here in Texas, it's November or October 18th. Actually, I think it's October 11th. I can't remember what it is. Yeah, it's October 11th because it's 30 days prior to the election. Uh, and like the latest thing that I did to kick the hornet's nest and cause trouble on TikTok was a video. I said, if you get offended being called a fascist, we'll just quit being called a fascist. Pissed off a tremendous number of people, but I've gotten like 50 new subscribers since I did it. So TikTok is clearly a place where you cause trouble and get like rewarded for that causing trouble. YouTube, I don't know. I haven't tried to cause trouble yet on YouTube. Maybe I will, just for fun. Just for fun, I'll try to cause trouble with one video. We'll see. I like causing trouble. Causing trouble's fun. Good trouble, you know what I mean? 24% ABV. Not 24% caffeine. Yeah, 24% caffeine, I think, is a dose that's large enough to kill you. Edward 40 hands. That's what it is. Edward 40 hands. You tape the 40s to your hands. You got Edward 40 hands. And you got maybe that's what I'll do during my 24-hour live stream. Do a Edward 40 hands for the 24-hour live stream. Give me a piece of paper, so not that piece of paper that has writing on it already. This piece of paper. Ideas for the 24-hour live stream. So the 24-hour live stream will be me at the distillery, basically. 24-hour live. Edward 40 hands. Now, I can do Edward 750 hands because I have bottles of whiskey. How many milliliters? Hey Siri, how many milliliters is 40 ounces?
40 fluid ounces is 1,182.94 milliliters.
So 40 ounces is a little bit over a liter. It's 1.1 liters, almost 1.2 liters. So Edward 750 hands. Edward 750 hands doesn't sound quite so cool as Edward 40 hands. Edward fifth hands. No, I can't do Edward fifth hands. Edward. Well, I can't do it myself anyway. I'd have to have somebody there to actually tape the bottles to my hands. I can't do Edward 40 hands at the distillery on a live stream. I mark that off. But I should have guests coming into the show. I should do a 24-hour live stream, book some guests to come into the distillery, to keep me company, to talk about their stuff. So I need to book guests. 1 hour blocks. I could do 10 guests. I could do card games, cards, magic. I got all kinds of shit that I could do for 24 hours. I have about 3.5 hours of the 24-hour live stream planned. I have a long ways to go to plan this fucking thing out. I could do a drinking game to see how many shots it would take to get me drunk. Anyway, what was this? Secret recipe: knock off 5-hour power shots, messes people up. Good on party rides back to LA. Jesus Christ. Oh, back in LA. I was thinking party rides back to LA. Like you left LA, you did the shit, and then you went back to LA. Good God. But yeah, I mean, maybe during the 24-hour live stream, we'll do a watch-along party of like some football or something. Do something on a Saturday. Wrap it up on Saturday. I don't know. Well, I'll think of something. I mean, like I said, I've got 3.5 hours planned. It depends on when it is. If I do it during football season, I could absolutely do it like a watch-along game of some football games or something like that. Maybe during the playoffs, I could do a watch-along of a playoff game. That'd be cool. Try drinking 2 40-ounce beers during the show. I drink more now already. if I do it on a Friday, part of my 24-hour live stream could be on your show as well, Bacon. Maybe that's what I should do. Do it like start at noon on Friday and end at noon on Saturday. Keep the band for a little while, bring in some guests, a few comedians, do a whole thing. It's all about timing, well, like when to do it. It's almost certainly got to be from noon Friday to noon Saturday. Maybe do a 48 hour. Do noon Friday to noon Sunday. Oh, geez, staying awake for 48 solid hours. That might kill me. If I were nearby, I would do that for you. Oh, you'd tape a thing saying, thanks, appreciate it. Mike, I think you're down in Corpus Christi, if I recall. So you're not far. You're only 4 hours away. And I'll add, Texas is the only state, maybe California, the only 2 states, maybe Alaska, the only 3 states when only precedes the phrase, the words 4 hours away. Because there's not a lot of states that you can be 4 hours away and still be in the state. Like Florida, but Florida 4 hours doesn't feel like 4 hours. In Florida, 4 hours feels like 2 fucking days. Because you got to drive from basically Miami to Pensacola. You got to drive the entire length of the state. And it feels like you're driving the entire length of the state. Texas, you drive 4 hours and you're still in East Texas. East Texas, Houston to Dallas is 4 hours. Dallas to San Antonio is 4 hours. San Antonio to Houston is like 3 hours. Only 4 hours in Texas. You're still in the same quadrant of the state that you started in. East Texas, Central Texas, North Texas, South Texas. Rhode Island, 4 hours. I mean, Jesus, you start in Rhode Island in 4 hours, you're in like Pennsylvania, Ohio. New Mexico, 4 hours, you're in Utah. Colorado, you're all over the fucking map if you go 4 hours, pretty much every other state. Anyway, you're not that far away. I will stick to that and stick in it. Oh, you're in Pennsylvania, right? Who is it down in Corpus Christi? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Pennsylvania's a good place to be. I have family, in fact, up in Pennsylvania. I have family in Pennsylvania. I have family in Covington and family in... Do I have family in Cincinnati? No, I don't have family in Cincinnati. I have family in Wapak. They no longer live in Cincinnati. They're up in Wapak, Canada. Anyway, doesn't matter. This is getting to me. We're not going to make it much further past midnight, kids. It's 11 o'clock and I'm feeling it. And I'm caught up with chat. You people are... y'all are quiet today. And drive down a 6-pack of Pounder sitting in. It's a good solid 96 ounces. Now, okay, let me tell you about a story. New Orleans is... Lisa's not here, and my lovely wife isn't listening, so I can tell this story. New Orleans is roughly 6 hours away from Houston. I went to New Orleans when I was in college. The University of Houston played football in the Conference USA, the CUSA. A great embarrassment and disgrace upon our national collegiate football environment, because we were in the CUSA because fucking Baylor went from the Southwest Conference to the Big 12 because Ann Richards made a goddamn phone call, and fucking Baylor was in the Big 12 instead of the University of Houston. They took our spot to go to the Big 12. We were in the Big 12. Texas Tech, University of Houston, Texas A&M, Texas. Baylor, fucking Baylor, was the 5th school in the Big 12. No, the fourth school. Sorry, Baylor, Texas Tech, A&M, UT. Oklahoma had already left. Arkansas had already left. That left SMU, TCU, Houston. TCU, Houston. Someone else? I can't remember who the other school was, but there was 8 schools. Anyway. Fucking Baylor. I hate Baylor. Ugh, God. Anyway, so we're in the CUSA. We're playing Tulane. Tulane is in New Orleans. Every 2 years, U of H goes to New Orleans to play Tulane. It was me, John, Ryan, Rochelle, Meredith, I think. Meredith, Melanie, Melissa, Margaret. I don't know what the fuck her name was. And 2 other people. All crammed into this car, like a Pontiac thing that had, like, a big fucking boat of a car. And standard operating procedure, my buddy John Lego had his dad had a timeshare. We'd stay at his place. Went to New Orleans. Every year U of H played Tulane in New Orleans. Never seen the game. Never watched U of H play a game in New Orleans. Because we'd get there Friday night, spend the night Friday. We'd leave after class Friday, get there 6 hours later, spend the entire night Friday drinking. Saturday morning-ish, 11:30, 12 o'clock, wake up, drink some coffee, eat some beignets, start drinking. And then by the time the game started, 2:30, 3 o'clock, whatever, sometimes the game was on Thursday nights. I don't even fucking know when the games were. It was just an excuse to go to New Orleans. Yeah, so anyway, we'd find out what the score was on Bourbon Street and head home Sunday the next day. 6 hours in the back of a car that's full of smoke and beer and whiskey and vodka. Smoke, beer, whiskey, vodka. That's pretty much everything, I think. By the time we got to New Orleans, we were pretty well fucked up. The only person who wasn't drinking anything was the guy driving. That was usually John. But, God, come to think of it, we probably hotboxed him the whole fucking way. Whoops, sorry, John. Anyway, that's probably not a good story to tell on the internet. Anyway, I heard it from a friend. I was at home. I was back in the dorms, just watching the games on TV. U of H beat Tulane every year, and I watched the game every time. Anyway, what's that over there? Anyway, good times to be had in New Orleans. New Orleans is a great city. Anyway, I was a very good student too, by the way, when I got my MBA. I was not a very good undergrad student, but I was a very good student at the University of Houston. It's an excellent school, great school. We should all go there someday. Anyway, okay, so Fort Lauderdale to San Bernardino, California. First leg of 4 of that drive only got me to Mobile with a nap and a side adventure with some chick that worked at a Lowe's truck stop. When we drove home from our honeymoon, we went to Fort Lauderdale for our honeymoon. Went down to Miami, went on a cruise, came back from Miami, went up to Fort Lauderdale, and then drove home. We flew in and had to drive home because of, terrorist attacks. We got married 1st of September 2001. So we were driving home on the 11th. Or we were supposed to be flying home on the 11th. We drove home on the 16th, I think. 15th or 16th we drove home. I can't remember exactly when. But yeah, we drove from Fort Lauderdale to Mobile on the first day. That is pretty much the first day of driving. We were in a little Spider convertible. And I didn't want to stay in Pensacola because I wanted to get an extra hour sleep. So we drove an extra 45 minutes down the road so that we could set our clocks back an hour so that we could sleep in Mobile and wake up an hour later. Big brain. It made sense at the time. It made good sense at the time. Don't argue with me. You're in Western Pennsylvania, close to Pittsburgh. That's a good place to be right now. Y'all are popular. Pennsylvania's in the news a lot. I understand there's a Senate election coming up in Pennsylvania. We won't talk about that. We'll talk about that another day. Oh God, I got an election watch show to do too. Holy crap! I'm gonna write that one down. Am I working that day? I've got tastings coming up. I have tastings on the 1st, but not on the 8th. My election day is free. We're going to do an election results party. That'll be fun. I'm going to write that down before I forget. Election results party. Because I've said it before and I'll say it again. I am a big proponent of voting. I don't give a shit who you vote for. I just want you to fucking vote. Election day. I work the polls every year. An election results watch party. I work the polls every year, not just because they pay me, but because it matters, and it's important to me, and it's maybe that'll be the kickoff of the 24-hour. Now, it'll be too late to start the 24-hour because that'll be ending like at the end of the night, the next night. Nah, that's not gonna be any fun. Maybe though, because the next day would be a happy hour because that's Tuesday, then Wednesday. Maybe we'll see. Are those 16 ounces? We call those tall boys over here. No, these are 12 ounces. This is a 12 ounce. This is a 12 ounce bottle. Ooh, there's some left in that one. Go fill that one up there. Standard 12 ounce bottles. She worked there. Was she a lot lizard? See, we call 24 ounce cans tall boys around here. I don't know what our tall boys are. I don't know if they're 16 or 24 ounces. I don't know around here in Texas. I have to ask around and see. Because mostly the beers I drink are just 12 ounces. I don't worry about the tall things. She worked there, turned out to be a low-budget prostitute. I don't sell sex, but I do it for $20. I don't sell sex, but I'll fuck you and take the tips. I don't sell sex, but I'll do it for like $20. That's basically saying I want to fuck, but you got to give me $20 to make it like maybe want to fuck you. I just want to. I want to fuck in general, like all the time. But we got to go like over there. I gotta take off my clothes, and then I gotta like clean up, and like just I'm not a professional, but it's like there's like work, like it's like just for the trouble, just like give me enough to buy a 6-pack or a 12-pack or something. That's fucking hilarious. I don't sell sex, but I do it for $20. So, oh, that's good. That is possibly the funniest thing. That's definitely the funniest thing that I've seen today. And what is this? The 29th? 28th? It's probably the funniest thing I've seen this month. Uh, and speaking of funny shit this month, buddy of mine, Slade Ham and Jerry Wayne Longmire, you can find them both on YouTube. Jerry Wayne has a great YouTube account. His comedy is just crazy. Great East Texas. He was on my show as a guest during the pandemic. Funny as hell. Great guy. They're doing a show over at the fucking Improv tonight. And that's where full disclosure, I love you guys. I love doing my show. I love doing the happy hour. I wanted to be there tonight. But I couldn't be there tonight because my kid had a orchestra thing. So I was watching my kid do his first orchestra concert, which was awesome. I was very happy to be participating in my kid's first orchestra concert and seeing him smile and being proud of himself and puffing out his chest that he did something and he accomplished this thing. It was really cool to see. But Slade Ham and Jerry Wayne Longmire, double bill the Improv. Fuck. Anyway, cheers, Thrash Life. Welcome to the party. Glad to see you there. But bacon, that is clearly the funniest fucking thing. Oh, it says I don't like sex, but I'll do it for 200. Okay. I read that entirely wrong. I thought it said I don't sell sex, but I'll do it for 20 bucks. I don't like sex, but I'll do it for 20 bucks. Okay, that makes... That's even funnier. It's like, I don't like sex, but I like 20 bucks. Yeah, you know. I like good meals. So, if you like, I like pleasing people. Yeah. I'll let you stick it in me for I'll let you stick it in me for a good meal at Five Guys. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's not the funniest thing that I've seen this month, but that's like the third funniest thing. Top 5. Definitely top 5. Jesus Christ. And his truck stop adventure, bacon and his truck stop adventure with a lot lizard. Oh, Jesus Christ. I mean, 20 bucks is a pretty good deal. I mean, sex is sex. It's like, even a shitty pizza is pizza. Sex is sex. I mean, as long as you, as long as you protect yourself, sex is sex. Fucking pay 20 bucks, fuck it. I had to look and make sure my wife wasn't standing there staring at me like, what are you talking about? No, really, honey, it was about a friend. It's not me. Good night, Mike McClure. I hope you drive safe. I will see you later tonight. I'll be on for another 45 minutes for sure. Probably. I work the pole. Nah, not those poles. Poles, Polls. Other kind of poles. Jesus. Someone's got to clip that. Yeah, it sounds dirty. It's fair, though. She was the kind of black that borders on being purple? Oh, Jesus Christ, Bacon, you're killing me. Oh, the kind of... God damn. Oh. Oh, my God. The kind of... the kind of black that borders on purple. Jesus Christ. Oh. Damn it. see, the thing is, I can see her. Ah, that is. I know people like that here in town, and they are just statuesque beauties. The three or four people that conjure up into my mind when you describe the the nice young lady at the Lowe's, um, they are statuesque. Uh, Two of them are burlesque performers, and one's a bartender, and one is a lawyer, and they are all like 6 feet Amazonian type, just Jesus Christ. Uh, oh Lord. And see, I'm picturing one of the burlesque dancers saying, "Yeah, I don't really like sex, but I'll do it for $20." And the lawyer does cosplay. Oh my God, the lawyer's a cosplayer, and she's a cosplayer, and gosh, she's amazing. Anyway, oh fucking hell, good times, good times. Uh, Actually, Bacon, I haven't laughed like this in a while because I've been under a stupid amount of stress. Um, the last 4 or 5 weeks, just a dumb, ridiculous amount of just like, the type of shit, the type of stress that's like, if you could expect one thing to go wrong, like that would be the thing that doesn't go wrong, but then there are like 8 other things around that one thing that just go totally tits up. Or all the things that you expect to go right won't go right, but the one thing you expect to go wrong won't go wrong. And it's just like, oh, this has been a fucking month. Oh my God, it's been a fucking month. But it feels good to laugh. It feels good to laugh like this because I haven't done this in a while. This feels good. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. Let me focus in and get like back on track. Oh, Jesus. Uh, oh, man. Um, just, I'm just picturing Alyssa looking at me going, yeah, I don't really like sex, but I'll fuck for $20. And the reason it's like clashing in my brain, it's like these are like the four women in my mind that I'm picturing. They are they are fucking specimens. They are they are they are Victoria's Secret model gorgeous. Absolutely Victoria's Secret model gorgeous. Oh, amazing human beings, wonderful people, huge in their communities. They give back to the organizations that uh, the organizations. They give back to the tribe that has helped propel them into their careers as of whatever that whichever it is that each of them do. Um, they support their friends. They support their uh, and I could just you know they're just they're wonderful, amazing human beings on the inside and out. They're just great human beings. I love them to death. Um, and I could like picture that like one of those like behind the scenes documentaries about the adult film industry of them just sitting there going, yeah, we don't really like to fuck. It's just like what we do. Well, whatever. For $20, we'll do it. I'd rather get on stage and perform. Yeah. it's such a contrast. It's just ridiculous. You wouldn't expect that to come out of their mouth. It cracks me up. Okay, but enough of that shit. uh, anyway, um, goodness gracious. So my own misadventures, generally speaking, my favorite, like since I've been a grown up, like I used to not do road trips. My road trips were like road trips like normal people would do. You get in the car, you drive for 16 hours, whatever, destination, a starting point to destination. It was all about uh, the end point, all about the result, all about the getting there, that sort of thing. It wasn't until after uh, we um, started traveling as a family that we started taking side trips off of our road trips. Um, you know what? We're gonna take care of this thing real quick. I'm going to do a quick word from. I've got to go take care of a uh, glass, and I will be right back.
Your bar looking a little ordinary? Is it lacking something awesome? Well, head out to your local liquor store and pick up something extraordinary. Grab a bottle of Old Humble Straight Whiskey or Old Humble Special Reserve. They're clean, smooth, easy drinking whiskeys that taste the way whiskey should taste. From humble beginnings to an extraordinary finish, Old Humble whiskeys are what your bar needs today. Walk tall, be awesome, and drink humble. Old Humble Straight Whiskey and Old Humble Special Reserve. Get yours today.
Did I get the glass taken care of in time? I think I got it taken care of in time. We're good. We're good. We're good. Don't worry about it. Relax. Relax. Anyway, the side trips off of our normal road trips didn't really start until our first trip to Flagstaff, our first road trip to Flagstaff. Because usually, we were like normal people. We have a destination, we get there, get in the car, drive through the night, uh, wake up in your destination. We'd go on vacation to Arkansas with the family. We'd leave Friday after work, drive through, get there at like 3 in the morning, go to sleep, wake up, we're on vacation. Boom. Brilliant. Now we do it the exact opposite. We take off at 10 in the morning. Our goal is to leave at 8. We take off at 10 in the morning, head down the road, get breakfast at the Cracker Barrel, stop off at some museum, make it about 200 miles in 6 hours. Because we stopped and did something along the way, 180, 200 miles in 6 or 7 hours. We stopped and did something along the way, took right turns, left turns, right turns, randomly, got off the interstate, got off the freeway, went to fucking small little towns in the backwater, backwoods, whatever. Saw this winery that was 3 miles off the freeway, whatever we do. And all of these misadventures and side trips and getting lost in the woods and getting lost off the freeways, that's all shit that's happened since I've been like a full-grown adult with kids. So all of the misadventures were like, yeah, we were heading home from Tennessee to Texas and we got lost and ended up in Georgia, which happened, by the way. It happened. We ended up in Georgia. We ended up driving through a forest fire because we ended up in Cherokee, Georgia. It happens. But those misadventures aren't quite as fun as the misadventures from college when you wake up at dawn on the steps of Oberholzer Hall, the dormitories, in the middle of the quad, and you wake up on the steps and you have a conference to go to at 9 o'clock, and it's 7 o'clock and the sun is shining on your face, and you've got to go sober yourself up with a cold shower, and all your friends pick you up and bring you in the showers at the dorms to sober. Those misadventures are funnier and more fun. Uh, but just pulling off at a random interstate exit to go find the dinosaur museum at the first or second exit in New Mexico off of I-20 is just a really fun little little side road trip. That's the kind of shit. That's the kind of shit that's just like uh, epic and memorable in a way that uh, the last time you drank Jose Cuervo because because you don't really remember what happened after that isn't quite so much fun and memorable. Fastest road trip I've ever done. Like fastest average speed. 15 hours from Inglewood to Lakewood, Washington. 1,100 miles back in '08. Fastest road trip I've ever done was probably going from Houston to Nacogdoches. Houston to Nacogdoches is a run that is Houston, Nacogdoches, sorry. Nacogdoches, Nacogdoches, Texas, is supposed to be 2 hours and 3 minutes from Houston. It is something like 130 miles. So driving normal freeway speeds, when I was in college, normal freeway speeds were 55, 60 miles an hour. The speed limit in Texas had not moved up to 70 miles an hour yet when I was in college. I made the trip from Houston to Nacogdoches, which is a easy solid 2 hours. Back in the mid 90s, it was 2.5. If you're driving the speed limit, I did that trip in an hour and a half, if I'm not mistaken. We were literally driving 80 to 100 miles an hour the whole damn way. And that includes a point during the trip where I pulled off to the side of the road and took a side road because a cop stopped on the freeway, made a U-turn, and chased after us. And I pulled off the freeway and backed into a forest road. That is definitely the fastest trip I've ever taken. Because most of the trips outside of Houston, going to San Antonio, Austin, Dallas, those are really long, and you hit traffic pockets along the way, and you're just not going to make a whole lot of really good time for a really long time. But that trip to Nacogdoches, man, Highway 59 is long, straight, and flat, just straight up East Texas. It goes from Houston to so here's the triangle. There's Houston is here, Dallas is here, San Antonio and Austin over here. That's the Golden Triangle in Texas. Highway 59, this is I-45 that goes up here to Houston to Dallas. I-59 goes up, straight up to Longview and off to Arkansas. It goes up into Texarkana. So 59 is a much lighter traveled road. You can pretty much drop the hammer and just go. Well, no, I take that back. It's a really heavily traveled road inside of Houston, and the point's just outside of Houston for the first 30 or 40 miles north of Houston. Once you get past that, it's just forever. A couple of speed trap towns. Dickinson, a few others, just little speed trap towns, but you just drop the hammer and go. Highway 59. Eventually, it's going to be the full U.S. Interstate 69 corridor. And up the way on Highway 59 towards There's really cool scenic places. There's a city called Marshall that was the home of the uh, government of the state of Missouri in exile during the Civil War. Um, and Marshall, I think, also was an inland port city on the Red River for many, many, many years, several decades, because there was a huge log jam on the Red River over in Louisiana that caused the river to back up. And there was like a bunch of waterways and lakes in the Marshall area. And when they finally relieved the log jam, the ports in Marshall were no longer ports. They couldn't reach the river. Uh, so they relieved the log jam. The logs went down to the sawmills, and Marshall lost its ports. And just to be 100% clear about where Marshall is in the state of Texas, it is something like 200 miles north of Houston, and Houston is 90 miles from the Gulf Coast. And Marshall was a fucking port city, a major port city in East Texas, because of a log jam in Louisiana. It's totally fucked up. Totally fucked up. Anyway, so yeah, 130 miles in like an hour and a half. That would be close to 85 miles an hour, something like that. So 130 divided by 90. Nope, 90 divided by 130. We averaged close to, I guess it was only about 70 miles an hour. But it felt like we were going so much faster. Probably because we were for most of the trip. Anyway, Jose Cuervo Gold and Sazar are the kind of booze that makes people think they can't drink tequila. Yes, that is so true. The latter is one of the only drinks I've gotten a hang. Oh my god, that is so accurate. Cuervo is the tequila for people who think they like tequila, and then after they drink too much of it, they're reminded that they can't drink tequila. And oh my god, there's so many better tequilas out there. So many better tequilas out there. Añejo Gold and Añejo Silver. Not the Cuervo stuff, just like, yeah. Tequila is one of the only alcohols that I've found that dollar amount corresponds very closely with quality. There comes a point where it breaks. You know, if you're spending $15 on tequila, it's garbage. But you get up to about 50, 60, almost $70 worth of tequila. Yeah, maybe. Right up there, that's where you're getting progressively better tequila. Once you get above that point, now you're just talking about luxury pricing, and it doesn't abide at all. But between that like $30 to $70 range, price and quality correlate very, very well. And that's probably true too with whiskey, but it probably doesn't go that high. Whiskey's probably closer to 50 to 60, where price and quality correlate very well. But there's less of a tight correlation with whiskey. There's my experience with tequila has been a very tight correlation. The higher the dollar amount, the better the tequila. With whiskey, there's correlation, but there's a lot of outliers. There's a lot of variance with that correlation. Vodka, there's no correlation. Cheap vodka, good vodka. It's a very tight market. $15 to $20, you're going to get good vodka. There's no correlation whatsoever with 30, 40, 50, 60, $70 vodka. You're wasting money at that point. Scotch. Scotch is tricky because there's a lot of variation in the Scotch market. There's a lot more variation in Scotch than there is in American whiskeys. American whiskeys have a lot of flavor that's very similar. Partly because American whiskeys use a lot of white oak, charred white oak barrels, and a lot of that flavor is pretty consistent. Where Scotch uses a whole lot of different stuff. There's a and that's also very taste specific because you can get a good $125 Scotch. I don't think there's a lot of. I can't speak enough about Scotch. I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure about Scotch. That's gonna be for somebody with more experience than me to be able to talk about. But with whiskey, like the ceiling's a little bit lower, but the variation is a lot wider. With tequila, the ceiling is I'd say probably up to about you get a very tight correlation with price and quality with tequilas. Vodka, very low ceiling. Not a lot of core. I mean, you can have really shitty cheap vodkas and really good cheap vodkas. Vodka, just don't spend a lot of money on vodka in general. But also, yeah, all that stuff I said already. Anyway, in summary and conclusion, all that stuff I just said. Peace out, San Dimas High School. One of only 2 times I drifted off behind the wheel was that trip back to California. Yeah. I-10 goes straight for a long time. I-20 goes straight for a long time. Facts. Tequila doesn't have to be pricey. It just needs to be 100% agave for the most part. It's more expensive than whiskey of comparable quality. Yeah, and see, and I agree. It doesn't have to be expensive. You can have good tequila at a relatively affordable price, $30, $40. You know, the really affordable. But tequila, the only alcohol that I've known where it truly does get better, like it's good already at 30, $40. That's your pure añejo, pure agave, tequila, and it's so good. But when you start sliding up that scale, that's when I mean it starts getting. There are tequilas that I've had where I've taken a sip and I'm like, you know what? This tastes like I'm not gonna know what I did last night. This tequila tastes like I'm gonna regret my fucking decisions if anybody tells me what they were, because it's just that good. Oh my god, it's so smooth and clean and just a delightfully smooth, clean, delicious taste. But you know, you get up above a certain price point and you're not getting any better. There's the marginal utility just kind of drops off. You get it, you know, a little better, a little better, a little better, a little, and you're just not getting any better than that. But they keep pricing it up, pricing up, pricing. And then you're paying for a brand, you're paying for a name, you're paying for a celebrity, you're paying for whatever the fuck. And that's just it. But yeah, I mean, I've had some really good, just some really good ones. But they hit a limit. You know, there comes a point where you're just not getting any better. Like how much better can it get? You know, it's already velvet on your tongue, and it just slides in and smooth, and and you're done, and that's it. What the fuck else do you? You know, it's like buying a second newspaper. Why are you going to do that? You've already got your fucking news. It's already out of date. What are you going to do with it? So yeah. There's that. What do you think of mezcal? Mezcal. I've had mezcal like 4 times in the last couple of years. So this would actually be a pretty good show to do. The tequila, agave spirits. So there's tequila, which comes from the tequila region of France. Kidding. There's tequila that comes from the tequila regions of Mexico. And then mezcal is pretty much the same thing from anywhere else. Um, it's champagne and sparkling wine. Now, agave plants only grow in certain areas, in certain climates. But I could buy agave syrup, bring it back to Texas, and make mezcal in Houston if I wanted to. I wouldn't rule it out. Um, but that's basically the difference between the two. And generally speaking, in a general broad market sense, tequila is going to be the better flavor, the better version of the two. There's older distilleries that make tequila. There's older tradition. There's older families. There's older, it goes back a much longer, much further. It's rooted in the area. It's rooted in tradition. It's rooted in process. It's rooted in all that stuff. It's like Scotch. And then, you bring in these fucking American hillbillies making their fucking corn whiskey or single malt whiskeys over here in the United States, and they don't fucking know anything about fucking making whiskey. And we've been doing this ever since we've been wee lads, and we make our fucking scotches, and we all fucking fight them. And that's kind of the sense that I get. I haven't had a lot of mezcal, so I can't say for sure, but that's like my sense of the industry. There's a lot of there was a lot of chatter in 2020 that mezcal was going to be the next big thing. It's now 2022, and mezcal is not the next big thing. It's still whiskey. But it just seems that there's a higher opinion of tequila. It's kind of like champagne and sparkling wine. There's a higher opinion of champagne than there is of sparkling wine because of the history and tradition behind champagne and the tradition that it's rooted in and the way it was made and the years behind and the experience behind all that other crap. And then, these upstarts out of California start making their sparkling fucking wine. And that's kind of my sense of the difference between tequila and mezcal. It doesn't mean mezcal is necessarily worse or better. It's just that it's the same product. It's just being made in a different place, but I haven't researched it very much. I haven't had very much of it, so it's not. This isn't commentary out of familiarity. This is just my outsider's view of what it's like. I could be completely wrong. One of these days, I need to sit down and just start drinking some mezcal, Old Humble mezcal, with my hillbilly voice sounds Irish. Old Humble mezcal. The green and orange and white label. Old Humble mezcal. Traditional agave spirit from the Old Humble Distilling Company. Something to explore. I don't know. We'll see. On my 24-hour live stream, possibly making brandy. Possibly. Breaking out my great-great-great-grandfather Jean-Philippe's recipe. See if I can make a bottle of it. My hillbilly voice sounds Irish. that could be part of the show. That's a good solid 9 hours of of distillation. My hillbilly voice sounded, well, we just going. All right, let me see if I can do it. We just gonna get that. We just gonna get that malted barley and put it up in there. And no, that's not. That's just a fucking backwater redneck good old boy. Let me see if I can do it. I'm picturing the old prospector. Let me grab a bottle. Maybe that'll help. Which bottle do I want? This one right here. Yeah, we gonna. You get yourself away from that damn still, boy. I won't come and fuck you up. Don't make me come at you with my shooting guns, boy. Oh, fuck me. Oh Lord. All right, this is getting out of hand. This is getting cuckoo crazy. We need to wrap this up. Okay, so stuff we have on the horizon. There's a chance we're doing trivia tomorrow night. Tune in, subscribe, notification bell, all that shit. Tomorrow night trivia. That's your chance to know if I schedule the show, it'll pop up on your notifications. We'll be doing trivia night, possibly, maybe not. I don't know. I'm doing a review. Excuse me. Doing a review of all the stuff we do on this channel. Reconsidering how we do things, what we're going to be doing going forward. Done with the slip it in cider. Tonight we talked about cider. We talked about the secret history of cider, where it came from, when it came from, who started it. Spoiler alert, it was the Britons. Britons started it up in jolly old Great Britain, and it expanded its flavor profile when, in about 1,000 years or so ago, about 1,000 years or so ago, when the French took over England, or England took over France. Which would it be? I guess it was the French king took over in the Battle of Hastings, though. But he was an English king who was the nephew of the French queen or something like that. And he had a claim to the throne, so he went back and conquered the British royal and took over England. I mean, he was an English king who was a French noble and took over England or something like that. It was like a second or third kid. Whatever. Technically, he was French because he lived in France. Whatever. Fuck it all. Who cares? Bunch of limey twats. Anyway, we talked about cider. We talked about good cider cocktails. Cinnamon goes great with cider. Cloves goes great with cider. Hot cider is really yummy. But don't heat up alcoholic cider, for crying out loud. Heat up regular cider, then add alcohol to the cider. Because if you heat up alcoholic cider, if you heat up hard cider, you're just going to boil off the alcohol. Don't be stupid. Then next week, or this week, we don't have any more shows scheduled, but we might do trivia tomorrow night. Might do a day in the life in the next couple of days. And then next week, we have Wednesday night, Thursday night, and Friday night. All three tentatively planned out and scheduled, plotted out. And then I have my video diary of the planning stages of my Lone Star hiking trail through hike, which will be in 4 short months from now. It's an 8-day hike through the wilderness. Sunflowers has joined the party. Holy crap-a-moly, Sunflowers is in the show. Cheers, Sunflowers. One of my favorite flowers, I'll add. Welcome back. Brandy is one of the spirits that really does sneak up on me. I have never found a brandy that I like. Never have I found a brandy that I like to drink. Although old Jean-Philippe's recipe looks delightful. I've translated it from French. It will be I haven't stopped doing the Thursday. The brandy recipe from Jean-Philippe will be an interesting one to do. I'm looking forward to it and hoping that it will taste I'm going to make a couple of modifications to it. I'm going to make the traditional, and then I'm going to tinker with it and see what I can do. I'm going to utilize my gin basket and see if I can make a more intense herbal infusion into the brandy as it gets distilled. Sunflowers, I haven't stopped doing the Thursday night show. I don't have time to make the trivia questions. We're not affiliated with the pub trivia guys anymore. It was a free trial period for 3 months to get the questions from them. And we're not connected with those guys anymore because it was going to cost about $250 a month to continue on. And I didn't want to spend that money for, 2 or 3 people playing trivia on Thursday nights. $250 for 30 views is not just if we could figure out a way to do it live at the distillery on Thursday nights and live streaming at the same time, then we can do virtual and physical trivia at the same time. But I haven't figured out how to do it live at the distillery yet and stream it at the same time. I haven't figured out how to do both at the same time. It's going to require a time change. Instead of doing it at 9 o'clock on Thursday nights, I have to do it at like 6 o'clock on Thursday afternoons. But we'll see. We'll figure it out. I haven't stopped doing it. I just haven't scheduled Thursday yet. I need to talk to Lisa and make sure that she has time to do it and that I have time to do it, but I just haven't scheduled it yet. But we'll talk about it more. We'll talk about it more soon. We'll see. It's not really that expensive considering it was intended to be, getting the questions and everything provided by those people is intended to be something you do at your distillery or at your bar or at your establishment. So like $250 a month for a bar, that's like 4-5 tickets. If you think one individual person at a bar spends $30-40, so $40 times 5, 6 people, that's $250 right there. 5 tickets for people, and usually teams of 2 or 3. So 5 tickets, 5 tabs. That's $60 a person, $300. One night, you make your money back with trivia. But we haven't figured out how to do it at the shop and live at the same time. Maybe I'll just do it like twice. We do trivia untelevised and then trivia televised. Maybe. We'll see. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'm working on it. The gears are cranking. I'm trying to make it work, make it happen. We'll see. You did miss the giveaway night. Vanessa Kitty won. We had 3 spins of the wheel, if I'm not mistaken. We had 3 spins of the wheel. John Jacob, one other person, and then Vanessa Kitty won. That was the third. You went back to the beginning and have it running at double speed. That is awesome. Appreciate it. Thanks for the views. Tell your friends. Tell them to subscribe. We had 1,000 subscribers. I fight a kangaroo. So about an hour AFP. All AFP. I don't know what AFP means. Work is slowed to a crawl, but otherwise okay. So this is the box that Vanessa Kitty won. I haven't sent it. Oops. I haven't sent it out yet. This is the box. Gorgeous. It has my 4 flavors that were included in the giveaway. Spin the labels out to the front. We'll be giving away another one of these soon, I'm sure. Has the cigar from a national tobacconist, my 4 labels. Goes from blue or green to blue, black, purple, and black. And our new shot glass right here. So everything everything a fan of a whiskey company would like. A little bit of, oh, look at Vanessa Kitty. There you are, Vanessa Kitty. That's your box. I haven't sent it out yet. I intend to. I just haven't gotten around it. Mr. Jiggs isn't, like, everybody's fucking showing up all of a sudden. We went from 2 viewers to 6. No sample of blue. Wait, what? No, I didn't put any samples of the blue hair dye. We, for those of you who are, well, all of y'all know what the fuck he's talking about, probably. When we passed 750 subscribers, I went ahead and dyed my beard blue. Because I said I would do it. We passed 750 at the end of August. Golly, was that end of August? That was just, we went from, in 28 days, we went from 750 to 822. Jesus Christ. That's fucking amazing. Honestly. I'm impressed with y'all. Thank you for subscribing to our channel. But yeah, when we passed 750 subscribers, I said I would dye my beard blue, because it doesn't do any good to dye my hair blue, as you can imagine. Yeah, I got the blue dye, dyed it blue. You can go see it. It's back there. What day would that have been? Let me find that day. That would have been probably October 7th or 14th. Probably one of those two. Can't remember which one. No, it did not last long. I could not wait to get it out of my fur. It was so gross. It was like this waxy dye. It wasn't like ink. It was like this waxy, like, hair mousse type of stuff. And it dried, and it was fine, but it wasn't perfectly dry, and it would get on my fingers. And y'all see me during the show. I touch my beard a lot. I touch my face a lot. I'll stroke my chin for just as an unconscious thing that I do. And every time I touched it, I was reminded of the blue. I love the color blue, but I hate blue ink. I don't like blue icing. I don't like blue food coloring. I don't like when it turns my teeth blue. I don't like when it turns my fingers blue or my tongue. I don't like any of that shit. Blue and red, both. I don't like either one of those. I don't like the red food coloring when it gets in your teeth. And green, I can tolerate. I don't like it, but I can tolerate it. But green doesn't stain as bad as blue and red. Green, I can tolerate. The other colors I can tolerate: green, yellow, lighter blue, black, chocolate brown. Those I can tolerate. I'm okay with them. But blue, I do not like blue. Red, I do not like red. In food coloring, colored food. Apples, love apples. Blueberries, love blueberries. Well, like blueberries, I don't love them. Blackberries, they're kind of blue, purplish. I'm okay with that. But having this blue shit on my beard, yeah, that was giving me all of the back shivers, all of the skin crawlies, every time I saw it, I'd look on the screen. Like, my monitor is right here. This is my monitor right here. This is my camera. So I can see my monitor. Yeah, I'd glance down at the side, and I'd see the blue, and it was on my fingers. I was hating life. I could not wait for the show to end so I could go take a shower. And I got in the shower, and it was just like a stream of blue water. Just, it was like murdering Smurfs. It was the worst. Absolute worst. Could not stand it. I could not wait for it to come off my face. It was driving me absolutely crazy. But yeah, that said, I'll never do that again. I have plenty of it, but I'll never, well, I say I'll never do it again. I will likely not do it again. I will likely not do it again. because, oh God, I hated it. I really did. It was, I was really worried that it would be permanent, that it would stain my skin underneath the beard. And, I've got like, you can see I've got like, it's mostly gray. I've got a little bit of brown through here. This is blue. This is brown. I've got a little bit of brown there. It's more salt than pepper at this stage of my life. I was really worried because if it washed out of the fur, it would be stuck on the skin. That really worried me. That had me seriously anxious. But it was we were safe. Like the show ended, I think at like 12:30, and it was gone by 12:32. It did not take me any time. I mean, like the shirt came off, and I was in the shower immediately. Water was off, shirt was off. I was in the shower. Yeah, it was gross. Oh my God, that's the worst. That's sweet is, yeah. Well, thank you, chicks. Another channel I watched. Guess he dyed his beard teal. Oh, okay. I don't know if I could handle it if I had more than 20 or 30 people here at a time. If I had 100 people here, I think I might freak out. I used an actual beard dye. Yes, it was the dye that I used. Let me see if I can find it on my Amazon feed. The dye that I used was it was a beard dye. Manage my order, shipping rates, list browsing history. Where's it at? Subscribe and save, Prime memberships, blah 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 blah. Manage my orders. Where is it? There it is. Blue hair dye wax is what it is. So it's this waxy stuff for, let's see if I can show it to you. There it is. It's like this wax, and it's used for hair and mustaches and beards, and thick hair is really good. It's really good for thick hair because it's but you can see it's also kind of waxy and it goes in your hands. You can almost use it as body paint. It's really fucking gross. But yeah, it's designed. I mean, there's a chick with curly hair, and then another chick with curly hair, and then a douchebag with a thick mustache. Anyway, yeah, that's the dye that I used. It was really something. And I dyed my beard twice. The first time I did it, I rinsed it out to make sure that it would rinse. And the second time I did it, I left it in for the show. I do like Blue Jays, just not the Toronto Blue Jays. OD Green, color my first fatigues in 1980. All right. Interesting. Old Humble logo. Yeah! No. I like the color blue. I love the color blue. What was that? I love the color blue. The blue color. The labels, the purple label, the blue Boomtown bourbon. The color blue, I love the color blue. I just don't like blue in my food. The artificial blue food coloring, blue dyes, blue inks. No, I don't like it. I don't like blue on my hands. And that's why I don't like blue ink. Blue ink pens that bust, they're on your hands, and now you have blue on your hand. Black on my fingers from a busted pen, I'm okay with that. But blue on my hands from a busted, I have issues with that. And red, blue and red. I don't like blue and red ink. I don't like the ink in my food. I don't like the ink on my skin. I don't like it. And it's some kind of weird I don't pathology thing with me. I just don't like it. But I love like this room. If you can see, that's red. I got a nice deep dark red color for my walls here in my office. My office at the distillery is probably going to be blue. My bar at the distillery is blue. My son's room is blue. My bedroom is it? No, my sheets are blue. The walls are brown. Uh, that's none of your business. Fuck off. You don't get to know what's in my bedroom. Shut up. Um, um, But I love blue. I love the color blue is one of my favorite colors. Red also I like red, but blue one of my top 8 favorite colors. Red, orange, yellow, blue, indigo, violet. Yeah, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, purple. Yeah, see, that's one of my 8 favorite colors. It's definitely blue. But no, I like blue. My logo's blue. You can see right what there. There, I have a tremendous number of blue shirts. I like blue in general, in certain contexts. But when it comes to blue in my food, blue artificial food coloring, no. You give me a blue drink, I'm going to push it away. Blue curacao, throw it right in the toilet. In fact, I have a bottle of blue curacao right there. You can't see it, but it's right there on my shelf. Um, yeah. But no, blue, if you give me a birthday cake that has blue icing, I am going to throw it in the trash. I do not. I'll avoid that section of the cake and eat the other icing. I'll eat the white icing, the brown icing, no, yeah, no. So yeah, that's me. That's my weirdness. Welcome to my weird psychopathy. Psychopathy? Is that a word? It's a word now. Welcome to my weird mental illnesses. I don't like blue ink in food. It drives me absolutely crazy. I don't like blue ink on my fingers. I don't like blue dye. Uh, blue jeans. Blue jeans, absolutely. Blue shirts. Blue eyes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'll uh, I'll get lost in those blue eyes, baby. Absolutely. Hang on. My very white voice. Good. I'll get I'll get lost in those blue eyes, baby. I'll stare into those blue eyes all night long, and I'll, I'll let the tides wash up and drown me, baby. Show me those blue eyes. I'll get lost in your blue eyes. I'll fade into the deep recesses of the watery, inky depths of your eyes, and enough of that shit. Okay. Anyway, um, white fatigue. White fatigues. White fatigues. Okay. Favorite color of denim pants? Definitely blue jeans. But blue jeans don't get the ink on your fingers. You don't like wipe your hands on your pants and then come up and like your hands are blue. Nah. Nah. Yeah. Um, blueberries. Blueberries are okay. Just not a big fan. There was a period of time where I would only write with black ink pens. I could not. Now it's different. I write with blue ink pens, but like I shit you not, there was a period of time, probably a 5 or 6 year period, that I would not write with blue ink pens. If all they had was blue ink pens in the office supply room, I would run down to Home Depot or Office Depot and get some black pens. I would not even write with blue pens because I just didn't want the blue ink to get on my fingers. I didn't want the pens to bust and go. But now, I mean, I could almost certainly open up my desk drawer, reach in, and grab a. Well, there's a black pen. There's a black pen. Black pen. Well, shit. Maybe I'm a liar. Um, box of black pins. um, I have a blue pen somewhere nearby. I know I have some blue pens. I have a blue pen in my notebook. Do I have a blue pen in here? I have a blue pen in my notebook in the other room. Hold on. Let me check over here. Well, I had a baggie of pins. What the fuck happened to my bag of pins? Oh, here we go. Let's see here. This is my general supply of pins that I stole from my previous employer. Black. Black. There we go. Blue. That's a blue pen. That's a blue pen. Blue pen. Blue pen. Black. 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 Blue pen. Highlighter. What the fuck that is? Blue. So, of all the pens that I can easily put my hands on, yeah, about half of them, well, no, about 2/3 of them are black. Anyway, there was a period of time, about 5 years, about a 5-year period of time, when I absolutely would not pick up a black pen and write with a black pen, or with a blue pen. I would only write with black pens. So, yeah, I was weird. I'm still weird, but I'm not as weird as I was. But, I mean, I just had a full-on mental block, full-on aversion to using, writing with, handling black ink pens. I just could not do it. I did not want to do it. So there's that. I do remember pens that had the erasers on them. They were bad with writing and bad with erasing. They were bad with just about all around. So there you go. Those are the rainbow of color. Yeah, exactly. That was the joke. Oh God! Thank you, Sunflowers, for giving me that laugh. Oh my God! Uh, blue is one of my top 8 favorite colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, purple. Because white and black, so it's top 10. It's definitely in the top 10 if you add white and black. Oh, Jesus. Oh. Oh, my word. Oh, that's some good stuff. Thank you, Sunflowers. Oh, for giving me that laugh. I appreciate that. Ah. Oh, Bacon, if you order me pizza with blue crust, I will throw that pizza away. There, there's no, that's not gonna, no, I would not, no, I would not eat that. I would not eat it, Sam, I would not eat it here or there. I would not eat it anywhere. I would not eat it in a house. I wouldn't eat it with a mouse. I wouldn't eat it in a box. I wouldn't eat it with a fox. I wouldn't eat it on a boat. I wouldn't eat it with a goat. I will not eat it, Sam, I will not eat your blue breaded pizza. my friend. I mean, there's certain lines of civilization that should be drawn, and I get it that farmers invented orange uh, carrots in order to curry favor with the Duke of Orange in the Netherlands, but I am not the Duke of Blue. You don't have to curry favor with the Duke of Blue. I don't need blue foods of any stripes, of any sorts, of any styles. Um, Unless it's a blueberry, I'll accept a blueberry. But I don't really like. I mean, blueberries are kind of sweet to my palate. I don't really like them. They're okay. They're just kind of sweet. I prefer sweet tart when it comes to fruits. So like blackberries, raspberries, Honeycrisp apples, not the regular Fuji apples because they taste like water and mush. Um, but yeah, your blue dabu dee dabu die dabu dee. Your blue fucking pizza can just go straight to hell where it came from. Fisher Space Pen, the trucker version, my favorite pen. I went to NASA this weekend, and they had space pens there available to purchase for, I believe it was $50 to get the space pen at NASA, and I was like, that's insane, because I can get pens that are not $50. Old Humble Straight Whiskey, kids. It's delicious, nutritious, makes you a better dancer, and it's not nutritious. There's even a Surgeon General warning on it, so don't take my word for it. Just read what the Surgeon General has to say. Bigfoot Silver Hide and Seeker, welcome to the party. Glad you could join us. I said I'd be wrapping this up 17 minutes ago, but I'm going to keep going. Fuck it. How do I like indigo? The thing about Indigo Montoya, is that you killed his father, and now you must pay. The thing about Indigo is you killed his father. He has been looking for the man with 6 fingers for his entire life. Now you must die. Pens of all kinds of funky colors. This is another line that I will draw. I will not write with a pen that is purple. I will not write with a purple pen. I will not write with a pink pen. I will not write with a green pen. I will write with blue ink or black ink, and that is it. If you come at me with a pen of a different color, I will throw that pen on the ground. I will not be signing your receipt. I get why waiters and waitresses use pens that are red or green or orange or fucking magenta or some other off, weird, special, extra. They spend an extra $3 to get the weird pen that has like the felt tip and it writes in like rainbows or whatever shit. I get why they do that. They do that so you won't steal their fucking pen, because nobody wants to write with a fucking pen that's magenta. Nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to write with a purple fucking ink pen. Don't give me a purple ink pen to stop me from stealing your fucking pen. Just buy 3 pens and keep the other 2. And if somebody steals one of them, fine, you have 2 more pens. Don't spend 3 times as much money on a sparkle pen, because nobody wants to sign their goddamn name with a sparkle pen. What is wrong with you people? There are lines that should be drawn, and people should only write with black and blue pens. And if you're correcting someone, then you have a red pen. But that's the only 3 pens you need. You don't need purple. You don't need maroon. You certainly don't need orange. Nobody needs to write with an orange pen. What kind of psychopath writes with an orange pen? You're blue, black, and if you're correcting someone's paper, red. That's it. Beyond that, there's no other colors of pens that are necessary. Yellow, highlight. Pink, highlight. Purple, highlight. Hell, even blue highlighters. That's fine. But I'm not signing a receipt with a blue highlighter. I'm signing a receipt with a blue or black pen. If you hand me a red pen to sign the goddamn receipt, guess who's not getting a signed receipt? That's right, you, the person who handed me a red pen. Because I'm not correcting the receipt. I'm signing my goddamn name. You hand me a red pen, you might as well just not hand me a pen. Because I'm going to go up to the cashier and I'm going to ask them for a fucking pen. Because you gave me a pen that is not designed for signing a document. You gave me a pen that's a fucking toy. I don't want a toy. I'm in a restaurant. I just had a meal. I'm a grown-up. Clearly, I'm a grown-up. I had a meal, I had a cocktail, I have a lady with me, possibly a couple of kids. I have my keys. I drive a car. I'm a full-grown adult human being. I don't need toys. You don't need to bring me a toy at the end of my meal. Oh, you had such a good time. Here's a toy to play with and the bill. I don't want to fucking play with your stupid sparkle pen toy. I want to sign my goddamn bill. You know how you sign a goddamn bill? You sign a goddamn bill with a blue pen or a black pen. That's it. You want to give me something else? You might as well just give me a stuffed animal, a race car, a Hot Wheels, pull back like little zoom zoom car. It's a fucking toy. It's a toy. I don't want a toy. I want to sign my bill and go home. That's it. Steal a couple extra biscuits. Whatever. That's it. That's all I want to do at the end of my meal. Quit bringing me toys. There's no other. Could you imagine? Could you imagine going to closing where you're buying your house? You're buying your house. You've just gotten you've secured your loan with the bank, a $200,000, $160,000, $200,000, $250,000 loan, whatever. You've secured a loan with the bank. You've shown them document after document after document verifying your income, verifying your ability to pay. You've gotten inspections. You've gotten site maps, plot map, like all the stuff. You show up to closing at the title company to sit down and sign the papers for the house that you've been in the process of buying now for a full month, and they give you a silver sparkly pen to sign your fucking contract? Are you kidding me? Not a chance. Not a fucking chance. I'm not going to sign my goddamn contract in a grown-up office with grown-up documents with a silver sparkly pen. Nah. No, you take that fucking toy away from me and you bring me back something that grown-ups use to sign our fucking documents. Blue pen, black pen. And I would prefer a black pen because blue pens are evil. Just saying. Just saying. That's a story for another day. Anyway, what were we talking about? Pens of all kinds of fun killers. No, yeah, I mean, I get that. For certain purposes. They exist for certain purposes, but not for signing and writing and doing things. Anyway. I will not eat blue tortilla chips. I will eat the black tortilla chips. I will not eat blue. I will eat around those. I will not eat them. Nope. I will not eat blue tortilla chips. Thank you, though. If I am at a restaurant and you bring me out blue tortilla chips, I will send them back. I was like, nope. I won't send it back. I'll just push them to the side of the table and ask if you have real tortilla chips. But I will not eat blue tortilla chips. I will not eat them here or there. I will not eat them anywhere. I will not eat them in a house. I will not eat them with a mouse. I will not eat them on a boat. I will not eat them with a goat. I will not eat them in a box. I will not eat them with a fox. I will not eat them here nor there. I will not eat them anywhere. Please, oh please, just let me be. I will not eat them, can't you see? I can make a rainbow pizza. I cannot make a rainbow pizza. I am physically incapable of making a rainbow pizza. I do not. I am fucking gross. I'm aware of the blue waffles. Don't look that up in Google. If you saw the chat, don't look that up in Google. Thank you, though. Yeah, Red Delicious. That's not Fuji, Red Delicious. Yeah, and they are red, but they are not delicious. The only accurate thing about them is that they are delicious, or red rather. They're not delicious. They're dreadful. Would I eat fuck you, Christina? Damn it! No, no Brussels sprout. Oh, we talked about it. I went to my kids' orchestra thing today, and they were talking about fundraiser. I thought, like my older son leaned over and he said, it would be a great fundraiser. Them saying, we'll quit sending you emails on a daily basis if you give us $5. We'll stop for a week, but if you give us $15, we'll stop sending you emails altogether. I'm like, you know what? You know what's an even better fundraiser? Your kid gets us a Brussels sprout every day and brings home the Brussels sprout every day until you pay us $25. Shit adds up. Like one Brussels sprout every day. Like they bring home a Brussels sprout. That's the 1st of September. They bring home a Brussels sprout. Bring home another one. 2nd of September. 3rd of September. By the end of September, you have like 25 Brussels sprouts. Go into October, you have 25 more. What are we going to do with all these Brussels sprouts? They're just sitting in a bowl on the countertop. Mom, Dad, if you give me $25, they'll quit giving me Brussels sprouts to send home. That is a hell of a fundraiser. Enough of this selling popcorn shit to strangers. The strangers don't want your fucking popcorn. Tell you, just give us $25. We won't ask you to sell popcorn. Give us $25. We won't give you any more Brussels sprouts. Until next year, then you get more Brussels sprouts. And there's some psychopath in the entire band, I'm sure, that'd be like, oh boy, Brussels sprouts. But normal people would be like, fuck this. Why do we want more Brussels? Ugh. There's not enough room in the trash can for all these fucking Brussels sprouts. A pound of Brussels sprouts a day. At the end of the month, you have 30 pounds of Brussels sprouts? Oh, fuck yeah. That is your fundraiser right there. We're going to send home a pound of Brussels sprouts every day. Every day until you give us $100. I'd pay you $100 just to quit, just to stop. Just to never give me another Brussels sprout again. $100, that's fair. And the price goes up. The longer you wait, the more it becomes. Like the first week, it's like $15. The second week, $25. Third week, $50. Fourth week, $100. And it just keeps going up, keeps going up, keeps going up. And there's a whole bunch of people that'll opt out in that first week. Like, here's $15, we're done. Whole bunch of people get the picture in the second week and go like, all right, they're serious. Here's $25, we're done. But there's some psychopath that'll be out there and be like, oh, Brussels sprouts. I hate my life. Give me more. These taste like. These taste like, what would it be? Gastronomical suicide. Yes. Disgusting. Anyway, that'd be a great fundraiser. Some school should do that. A rainbow cruise. It's kind of surprised. Oh, yeah, the capital. A rainbow cruise crust pizza. Yeah. Blue tomatoes, sometimes referred to as purple tomatoes, are tomatoes that have been bred to produce high level of anthocyanins. There is a Paul Robeson tomato. It has a red base and kind of purple hips on top, purple shoulders, and it is a really good fucking tomato. You cut that thing open into wedges, boom, boom. You take a wedge of that tomato and you put salt on it, just eat it raw like a goddamn apple, and it is so fucking good. I'm telling you, Paul Robeson tomatoes, they taste like, oh, my mouth is watering just thinking about it. They taste like the tomato equivalent of a steak. They are so good. They have a smoky flavor to them. They're so good. I can't oversell a Paul Robeson tomato. I can't oversell it because there are not words that have been invented that identify this tomato, the flavors and deliciousness that's inherent in this tomato. There are no words. You can come up with words that are like what this tomato tastes, but they're not what this tomato tastes like. Because the tomato is so good. And you just, like I said, whack, 4 wedges and just grab it. A little salted. it's a fucking meal, and it is so good. And let me tell you, if you haven't grown a Paul Robeson tomato, if you haven't eaten a Paul Robeson tomato, then you have not lived. You're going to die one day, and on your deathbed, you're going to say, I've experienced so much. I've done so much with my life. I feel mostly fulfilled. But there's one thing I've never done. By God, I wish I'd had that Paul Robeson tomato like the Old Humble guy told me to do. But you won't have done it. And you will die regretting that one decision, because Paul Robeson tomatoes are fucking amazing. But they're not blue. They're purple, and they're delicious. Fucking amazing. Anyway, where are we? I'm telling you, it's an experience. It's a visceral, orgasmic experience, and yeah, you're gonna want it one day. Go to the store, get one potted Paul Robeson starter plant, put it in the dirt, grow it. All you need is one. All you need is one. And you eat that, you put that motherfucker in your mouth, and you're just going to be like, why? Why have I not lived before this moment? Everything I've done before now has been just a shell, a shadow, an idea of what my future holds. And now that I've had this delectable delight in my mouth, the rest of my life finally has meaning. But don't take my word for it. Just go get your fucking tomato and eat it. It's fucking delicious. I tell you, it's way better than all the other tomatoes you've ever had. The tomatoes you've had in the store that are just like thin skins full of fibrous water that have no real flavor, that taste like red, nah, those aren't tomatoes. I'm talking about an heirloom, homegrown, Paul Robeson tomato. Google it. It's fucking amazing. But better than Google it, buy one. Go to Home Depot. Go to Lowe's. Go to the local garden center that sells heirloom vegetables. Plant it in your zone. My zone is right in the middle of the end of March to plant tomatoes. Your zone might be a little bit further into April or May. Plant it. Grow that tomato. Baby it. Sing to it. Play music for it. Give it treats. Read it stories. Nurture that plant. Make sure it grows and matures and provides you fruit. It'll be worth the effort. Because those tomatoes, oh, I'm telling you, those tomatoes, they give your life meaning. They give you, not the big boys, not the big bush, not the bush boys, none of those. No. They're fine. They're good. They're okay. They're acceptable. The store-bought ones, the ones that you see on your produce shelf, they're fine. They're for what they're worth. They're fine. They're for what they do. But these tomatoes, oh, these are the tomatoes for which the songs about tomatoes were written. Oh, but Old Humble guy, they've written songs about tomatoes? What are you talking? Yes, they've written songs about tomatoes. Have you heard these songs? No, you haven't heard these songs. Why have you not heard these songs? Because you haven't had the spiritual experience of taking a Paul Robeson tomato and putting it in your mouth and biting down into the flesh and feeling the juices and tasting the flavor in your mouth, because those songs that were written about these tomatoes are not heard until you've actually had the experience and you go to the next plane and you see the next dimension of existence, because that's how good these tomatoes are. And I'm telling you again, I'm not overselling. If anything, I'm underselling it because it's even better. than what I'm telling you. This message is brought to you by the Tomato Council of America. Which, I don't know if it actually exists, but they should fucking hire me. Because every single one of you has an erection from Paul Robeson tomatoes now. Anyway, uh, where was I? uh, there's only one shade of blue pen. It's blue pen. That's it. I was handed a fuchsia pen and chose violence. Oh, Lord. Excuse me. Ow. Give you a secret decoder ring instead of a pen. Humble was handed one of those 4-color ball pens. Some brands had 6 colors. I never had one of those 4-color ball pens. That was blue, black, red, and like green. Usually, I take that back. I owned one in my entire life. I owned one of those, and I'm telling, for those of you who don't know, those of you who didn't experience in the 90s, in the late 80s and early 90s, having one of those pens was like having a Camaro. I mean, you were a fucking ball. You had all 4 types of pens that you might need right there in your fingertip, right there. Boom. You want a black pen? Chunk. You want a blue pen? Ka-chunk. You want a red pen? Ka-chunk. I'll correct your papers right here, bitch. Chick, chick, boom. La, 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 la. It was sweet. Those things were just baller pens. They were awesome. Absolutely awesome. I owned one. It broke because it was a piece of shit. You have metallic pens too. I have metallic pens, and you know what? God's honest truth, I love absolutely love nice pens. I absolutely like the ones that have the metal half and like the either polished wood or granite. In fact, I might have one. Well, I mean, you saw the pins that I have. I have nice gel pins. These aren't nothing. They're the nice gel tip. They're nice pins. In fact, that's a blue one, as a matter of fact. But I used to collect those. But the problem I always had with those really nice pins was the ink would dry out, or I had a fountain pen for a while. The ink would dry out, or the nib would bend, or it just it was a fun hobby, but it was impractical. And I'm if anything, I'm a very very practical person, is what I am. If anything, I'm a very practical person. So like collecting stuff for the sake of collecting it, like I try to get into it, but it has to be at least a little bit entertaining. Like comic books, I collected comic books until I quit reading them. I kind of grew out of comic books, and I quit collecting them. I don't collect them for the sake of having them. I collect them because I wanted to read them. And baseball cards or baseball cards were never interesting to me because every year they were out of date. So anyway, I will only read the book One Fish, Two Fish, Red Fish, Redacted Fish. Poisson, un poisson, deux poissons. Poisson rouge, poisson redacted. Redacted. That's funny as hell. I'm making myself laugh too much fucking tonight. I don't care. And he immediately ripped the blue. Whatever, you don't use gel pens. The last long, what a waste of money. I like the way they write. I like the way they feel. My pens last forever. I don't write. Well, no, I take that back. I do. I write a lot, but my pens tend to last forever. I tend to lose them before they stop working. But I don't lose them here in my office, they stay where they belong because I don't carry them all over the house. Now, as soon as my lovely wife gets a hold of a pen, the cap comes off. She writes with it, sets it down, and it dries out. As soon as she touches a pen, she never puts the lid back on the pen, which is why I have the clickety-click pens too. So there's that. I have a coworker that collects pens. Dr. Springfield, Massachusetts. 15 miles northeast. Gotcha. That actually does sound like a really fun place to go check out. Raw Brussels sprouts should only go on the top of the trash can. The top layer of the stuff in the trash can, specifically. Your mom didn't like your reading, Dr. Seuss. She thought it was too weird. Soak them in napalm, 30 pounds of Brussels sprouts, soak them in napalm, and launch them at your enemies using your home defense trebuchet. And who doesn't have a home defense trebuchet? This episode is brought to you by Home Defense Trebuchets from ADT. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Fling Brussels sprouts at Ted. Ted Cruz is the kind of guy that strikes me as someone who would like Brussels sprouts. Just because they're just... Although, he's the type of guy who would talk about how much he likes steak, but if you open up his refrigerator, he's got bags and bags and bags of Brussels sprouts. He eats his Brussels sprouts wrapped in bacon, fried in bacon grease. He's like, oh yeah, we love bacon, and then he makes Brussels sprouts with the grease. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And then he'd lie about it. Yeah. Anyway, don't get me started. That's the kind of trouble that I'd like to start, but those fucking guys, they need to. Abbott's career needs to end in November, and Ted Cruz's career needs to end in November of 2024. Anyway, the voter registration went great. Everybody who showed up that night was already registered, but we got the word out, and they did what they needed to do. We got the word out. We got to talk about voter registration. We did some good stuff. It was worth the effort. It was absolutely worth the effort. Who is Paul? I don't know who Paul is. I don't remember the rant. It was like 5 minutes ago. I don't remember. Make love to those maters. You don't make love to the maters. It's just a sensual, exciting experience when you put the tomato in your mouth. Oh, those tomatoes are so good. Send me that tomato. Never had a Paul Robeson tomato. Oh, let me show you a picture of it. It's fucking amazing. I think it's a Paul Robeson. Paul Robeson tomato. Paul Robeson tomato. Look at this thing. Look at what this looks like. Look at that. That rich, deep color. Look at that. That is accurate. That is not... I've seen them up close. I've had these tomatoes. They are so good. They are so good. And you can get them from... this is True Leaf Market. You can order $2.49 for the seeds. I don't recommend you... I've never successfully started a tomato from seed. Here's another one. Look at these. They're so... they're just this... They're this deep, dark red color. Look at that. Look at these fucking things. They're absolutely delicious too. And like I said, go to your local shop, your local garden center. Probably not Lowe's or Home Depot. And here it is with the red on bottom and the... I don't know if that's coming through. Is that coming through? See, it's like red on bottom, and that's like a purple, dark black purple on top. It's kind of coming off as kind of green, but that's not green. That is a dark purpley. Here's another really good photo. Look at that. Look at that. That is just so good. And they're just to die for. Paul Robeson tomatoes. Robeson. Paul Robeson tomatoes. They're this deep, rich, like steak flavored potatoes. They're so good. Oh, so good. So there you go. Paul Robeson. Go to your garden center. Get one that's already started. Get one that's already started so you can start it from the shoots, right? That way you're not starting it. You don't have to like do the whole little greenhouse thing, and you can just have one or two plants. Put them in a planter, a big planter. Give the roots room to grow. You could probably fit 3 of them in something the size of a whiskey barrel. And you, Paul, that's who Paul is, Paul Robeson. But yeah, put them in, something that's like this big around. You could probably put 3 in there. Give it a trellis to grow up on, and man, you will not regret it. You baby those motherfuckers. You tend to them. You ask them what they need. You bring them eggs in the morning. You nurture them and make them grow, and yeah, then you will be rewarded. Oh yeah. Anyway, where was I? We have a chance. I think we have 2 growing seasons in Texas. You have to plant them in March, and you can plant them right after. Actually, probably right now might be my best chance to plant them for the winter, because it has a 60-day growing season, 60 to 80-day growing season. And if we go 60 days, I might be able to get in a second harvest before the end of the year. Yeah, generally tomato plants in Texas, you plant them at the early part of March, middle of March, after the last freeze. So it's usually the middle part of March, and they will grow and mature and harvest by June. And then the plants will die in the heat of summer. And then as soon as the heat breaks, usually towards the end of September, early part of October, you can plant a second round. But the heat just broke this week. And we're at the end of September. So I don't know if I have a chance to, I'd have to, maybe. We'll see. I don't know. So yeah, there you go. Beefsteak tomatoes, the size of rye bread slices. Yeah. The beefsteak tomatoes. I can't say that I've had. I can't say that I've had a beefsteak tomato, but I can say that I've had a Paul Robeson tomato, and those Paul Robeson tomatoes are just fucking amazing. I tried to grow beefsteaks, but I don't think I successfully did. I can't remember. I've tried to grow tomatoes several times, and the only ones that I successfully grew were Paul Robeson, and they were so good. So good. You sure the tomatoes are the tomato plants? The tomato plants from The Simpsons, the tobacco tomatoes. Tobacco-matos. Those were fucking... I remember those tomatoes. They tasted like shit. That was from Abe's farm, if I'm not mistaken. Abe Simpson's farm. They were awful. Paul Robeson was a famous African American. Yes, he was. Linguist, athletes, and civil rights champion who stood up to the infamous McCarthy. Yes, he did. That was that same Paul Robeson, and they named a really delicious tomato after him. Hi, Exploring Ginger. Cheers and welcome to the party. Welcome to the madness of pins. Who would have thought that this conversation would have gone to pins and tomatoes? I started with apple cider, and we're now talking about pins and tomatoes. And I was going to shut it down 49 minutes ago. Oh, Lord. Pencils. Pencils. I am a pencil purist. I like number 2 yellow pencils. I don't like mechanical pencils. I like traditional yellow pencils. I will generally throw them out when the eraser gets worn down. I haven't thrown this one out yet. I don't know why. But I have a box of pencils in my in the desk in the kitchen. I have a box of yellow number 2 traditional pencils. I don't have anything up against. My light just went out. Some bitch just happened. Hang on a second. Let me fix this. I hit. Ow! Ow! My knee is getting stiff. I hit a cord. I don't like this lamp. I need to get proper lights in this room, I suppose. There it is. Turn you back on. Ta-da. I don't have anything generally against fancy pencils. In fact, I have one in my desk that I have not. Sure, I had one. I thought I had one on my desk. Do I have the fancy pencil on my desk? I thought I had a fancy pencil on my desk. Where's my fancy pencil? There's a pen. There's my, Oh, there it is. There's my fancy pen. See? My fancy pen. I thought I had my fancy pencil in my desk still. Maybe it's over here. Do I have a fancy pencil over here? Well, I had a fancy pencil. It may be in my other desk at the in the kitchen. Anyway, I don't like the round pencils. I don't have anything like any pathological aversion to the round pencils. I just don't like them because they kind of roll off the table. I prefer the ones with the hex grips that so you can like have your fingers on like the spot on the pencil because they're flat on the sides. It's just more comfortable as a grip. I don't have any. I don't like the pencils that are thick and they feel funny in my hand. Like the black Ticonderoga ones that are a little bit girthier. Excuse me. But generally speaking, you know, yeah, I'm a pencil traditionalist. I like the good old fashioned yellow number 2 pencils that just they fit in your hand and you. I don't like metal. I don't like mechanical pencils. The lead's too thin. It breaks too easy. Excuse me. Damn it. I'm doing all the gross stuff. I have an allergy attack going on right now. Is what it feels like. But yeah, generally speaking, the sparkly pencils with the weird designs and diagrams. I like those pencils in theory, but I don't want to use those pencils because if you sharpen them and start to use them, and then they start to disappear, like your pretty pencils disappearing. Like they're more a work of art than pencil. And that's just weird. And here's oops, what was that? Oh, empty bottle of whiskey. Let's put that back. Here's another type of pen that I don't like. These triangle pens. Like this one's okay because the front part, the actual operating part, is round. The part that you hold, like the back part of it, is triangle, but you don't actually hold this part. This annoys me. Like pens that are weirdly mal-shaped, I don't like those pens at all. This pen doesn't ever get used. It sits over here on this on my side desk. I have a side desk here, my main desk, and my rolling desk back there. That's really just a bar at this point. This desk just holds shit. This desk is mostly clean. But anyway, Pins that smell. If you give me a pin that smells, I will give it. I will find a way. I'll either give it back to you and ask you to give me something that doesn't stink, or I will find a way to accidentally lose it and ask you for a real pen that grown-ups can use. if it's in a setting, if it's just like signing a card or some kind of artsy fartsy type of nonsensical thing, pens that smell are fine. But if I'm signing papers, if I'm doing stuff, and you give me a pen that smells, I'm going to give it back to you, or probably lose it. More than likely, I'm going to lose it. So, there's that. Can you make pizza sauce from those tomatoes? You can absolutely make pizza sauce from those tomatoes. You can absolutely make, and like, I think anything from those, the one time that I grew those tomatoes and I grew them successfully, I literally just ate them straight off the vine, like apples. I just took a bite out of them, just ate them straight up. I cut it into quarters. I ate it like an apple, cut it into quarters, and ate just the wedges. It was so good. It was such a good tomato. I think I got a couple dozen. I only had one plant. I think I only got a couple dozen tomatoes off of that one plant, and several of them went bad, but most of them got eaten. Sunflowers, I don't know I can't make that prediction. I don't know. The ecosystem here in Texas is very, very challenging for anyone who is running with a D in their party name. It is. I don't know. I can't make that prediction right now. I can tell you there's a lot of people doing a lot of work to try and make that happen, but there's also a significant number of people with a lot of money trying to make it not happen. So, we'll see. I don't know. November's a long time away still, and a whole lot could happen. There's going to be at least one debate with the two candidates on the stage at the same time. But I don't know if it's going to matter. There's a whole lot of people that just don't listen, don't care, and I mean, I can tell you from personal experience, if we had not had somebody in the governor's mansion for the last 4 years, I would be in a better place right now than if we had the guy who was there, which tells me that literally anybody would be a better choice. My dog would be a better choice. He's made decisions that have made my life more challenging. Increased electric bills, increased heating bills for gas, natural gas, increased property taxes, less safe for my kids at school, less safe for me on the roads, less my car, all kinds of things that have happened over the last 4 years that were a direct result of policy and decision making from that office. And if there was nobody there, those decisions wouldn't have been made. I can say that explicitly. Literally nobody would be a better option. Literally having an empty office. However, we don't have to choose nobody. There's another person. And for all the ills and problems that we have in the state of Texas, there's been one group of people that have had the opportunity to solve them over the last 30 years, and they just haven't done it. And in some cases, they've actually actively made the problems worse. So I don't know if now's the time that most of the state decides there's a time for a change, but at some point in the next 10 years, that time's going to come. And I hope it's now, but we'll see. I don't know. I can't make that prediction. I don't know. It's a very tough fight. I can say that of the top 26 donors in the state of Texas, or top 25 donors in the state of Texas, politics-wise, top 25 donors gave $56 million. Of that $56 million, 49 million of it went to either Republican candidates or PACs that support Republican candidates. 48 million of that 56 million. So there's like a whole ecosystem, and it's a real challenge for anybody challenging that system, that ecosystem. I think it was 49. Of the first 30, yeah, the first 30, it was 7, no, it was 30, 23 and 7. So yeah, it's something like 7 million out of 56. It's a whole ecosystem. This state has been abandoned by one party since the early 90s. Completely abandoned. So there's this whole ecosystem from gerrymandering at the state level in the state house and the state senate to gerrymandering on the federal level with the congressional districts, and all of that feeds into an ecosystem of there's only one party rule and only one party that's going to do anything. So that feeds onto the state races for senate, lieutenant governor, governor, land commissioner, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, Texas is a peculiar animal, and it's not the same in places like like for example, California. They don't have gerrymandered districts the way they have them in Texas. Texas, the state House of Representatives sets the district boundaries, and it gets ratified by the Senate and signed by the governor. In California, they have an independent board that sets the borders for the districts. That gets approved by the House and Senate and signed by the governor. So the politicians don't get to choose their constituents, but in the state of Texas, they can gerrymander the fuck out of it. And if Texas had the same system as California, it would still be, based on votes, majority Republican. That's fair. But it's the difference between if we have 36, I think we have 36 representatives. Right now it's like 24 and 12, if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong on that breakdown. But if it was more representative, out of the 36, it would be like 19 and 17. It really affects the voice, the agenda, the donor ecosystem, and everything else from the ground all the way up. Like there are no grassroots for any party other than the one governing party. But one of these days we can do a deep dive into the structure. Maybe that'll be on our election watch party night. We'll do that on November 8th, maybe. We'll talk about the ecosystem, because like I said, I really, really, really don't know how it's going to end up. I mean, it could be close. It could be a blowout. I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. And it's hard to know. It really is hard to know, because the polls are hard to read and hard to understand, and they're very easy to manipulate. So there you go. I do know, I can tell you this, the lieutenant governor, Dan Patrick, is very nervous about maintaining his position. He's the number 2 person in the state governor. There's our governor, lieutenant governor, attorney general, and which is kind of governor, lieutenant governor, attorney general, and actually land commissioner or railroad commissioner is a major elected position in the state of Texas, because the railroad commissioner doesn't handle railroads. The railroad commissioner handles oil and gas. Because Texas. So the railroad commissioner, who doesn't do railroads, who does oil and gas, is probably one of the 5 most powerful people in statewide office in the state of Texas: governor, lieutenant governor, attorney general, and railroad commissioner. And lieutenant governor in the state of Texas is Bill Paxton, not Bill Paxton. Lieutenant Governor Paxton, I can't remember his first name. It's not Bill Paxton, that's an actor. He is under indictment right now, and was just he was just served papers by a process server, and instead of answering the door and receiving the papers, he sent his wife out to the truck to start the truck, and he fled his house to avoid the process server, who announced who he was, the process server, and claimed to be feared for his life, which is why he sent his wife out there. These people. Anyway, but yeah, it's going to be a very wild next 45 days or so to find out how all this stuff plays out. But I don't know. I honest to God, I have no idea. It's a tight race. It's a tight race at the Attorney General, Lieutenant Governor, Governor. I don't think it's as tight a race in the Land Commissioner or Railroad Commissioner. I don't think those races are particularly tight, but it's a weird year because here in Texas we have an off year. It's an off year election for all the major office holders in the state. We don't have a presidential election. It's literally mid-year for everything here in the state of Texas. The only people on the ballot are congressional offices and state offices. So we'll see. It'll be fun to watch. It'll be very fun to watch. It's a great opportunity to learn civics in the state of Texas. So there you go. So all that said, since we killed the vibe, let's get back to what we were talking about. Keep going, it's fun. Cheers to tomatoes. And welcome to the party, Matty J. I hadn't seen you in a while. Welcome back, blah, 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 pencils. Erasers on pencils are the reason. A pencil without an eraser is just a pen, a graphite pen. That's it. If you don't, the whole reason for pencils to exist is right here at the top, erasers. If you don't have an eraser on your pencil, you might as well just be writing with a pen. That's the only reason for pencils to exist. And really the only reason why pencils are in any way, shape, or form superior to pens is you can correct your mistakes. Otherwise, you have to draw a line through it. But if you have an eraser, you can undo it like it never even happened. I love pencils. I love pencils. They're classic. They're traditional. They're old school. And as an avowed curmudgeon who is happy to shake his fist at those damn kids and tell them to get off his lawn, it is it's a connection with the old way of doing things. You're back in the old world, the artisan pencils made by. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about. Number 69 pencils are better. Nice. With silly pencils. See, I don't get silly pencils. I don't. Yeah. Or even those silly pens. The pens that go up and they like. I don't like those. If you give me a pencil that's like shaped like a bike or something, I'll be like, oh, that's cool. I won't have anything to do with that shit. I just a simple tube with ink in it or graphite. That's it. That's all I need. I don't need fancy. I like my fancy pen. That's a nice pen. What do I do with it? I like this pen. See, this is the example of pens that I used to collect. Nice. I wonder if this works. Nope. Ink's dead. And see, once this ink is dead, now I gotta go try to find whatever fucking refill this is for my pen. And it doesn't have anything on the body of the pen to tell me what the fucking refill is supposed to be. So I don't have any idea how to refill this stupid thing. See? It's completely blank. There's nothing on here. Completely and totally blank. I don't know how to refill this fucking pen. It's a gorgeous pen. I love it. I haven't used it in years because ink died. And it just doesn't write. So what am I going to do? I probably spent, I don't know, $20 on this pen. But it's a pen that I spent a lot of money on that I won't ever lose. And I think I got that pen when I was getting my MBA, and it lasted with me through the entire MBA program for 4 years. 2 years rather. Anyway, 3 years. It was 3 years plus summers. Anyway, back to what we were talking about. Pencil talk just went sideways. There are colored pencils. Colored pencils are for drawing. Lisa Frank pencils. I don't know who Lisa Frank is. We'll read chat. Matt. Favorite eraser shape? Mine was the lip. My favorite eraser shape was either the cylinder on the end of a pencil, or just a basic rectangle eraser, just the basic rectangle. You can hold it and erase with it. I mean, if it wasn't a cylinder, see, I didn't have use for the fancy frilly shit. I wanted my pencil had an eraser. If my pencil didn't have any eraser, I had a regular eraser, but the regular eraser, the plain old rectangular eraser, I'd lose those all the time. So basically, when my pencil becomes useless, I throw it out and get another pencil. That's it. That's where we go with. Um, Ann Richardson won the governor's job in the late 80s. She has not been, Ann Richardson hasn't been governor in the state of Texas since the early 90s when George W. Bush became governor. And after George W., it was Rick Perry. And after Rick Perry, it is Greg Abbott. And there may be a governor in between Ann Richards and George W., but I think that's all of them. Because Ann Richards, I think it was George W. after Ann Richards. Wikipedia can tell me. Ann Richards. And it was Ann Richards, not Ann Richards' son. Ann Richards she's dead. She died in 06. She was succeeded by, KB, that was treasurer. Succeeded by George W. That's it. So Bill Clemens was also a Democrat, if I'm not mistaken. We had a lot of Republican Party politician. Bob Bullock, Republican or Democrat? Bob Bullock was Democrat. So we had a Democrat. Then Bill Clemens was a Republican. Then Ann Richards was a Democrat. Then George Bush was a Republican. And we haven't had a Democrat since George Bush. And George W. became president in 2000. So I think he was governor in 94, 96. I can't remember if it was 94 or 96 when he became governor. But he went and became president in 2000. So, anyway. George W. was probably the last decent governor we've had in this state. Because Rick Perry was a fucking idiot. And y'all got a chance to see Rick Perry and his full moron self when he ran for president. Rick Perry, and now we have Greg Abbott, who is also a fucking idiot. But Abbott's even worse than just an idiot. If he was just an idiot, like George W. was an idiot, but he was a shrewd. He was shrewd at business, shrewd with politics, but just dumb as a fucking pack of doorknobs. Rick Perry was not shrewd with business. He was shrewd in government. He was dumb as a fucking pack of doorknobs. Greg Abbott, he's shrewd with the law. He's dumb as a pack of fucking doorknobs. But he's also malicious. He's just a malicious cunt. He's a cruel, malicious twat. And, yeah, that's kind of what keeps him in office. He's just vicious, and he just goes right for the jugular every chance he gets. Same way with DeSantis. He's just a cruel, malicious piece of shit. The difference between him and DeSantis is that DeSantis has 4 working limbs. And that's why, between the two of them, DeSantis has a better chance of being president than Abbott, because nobody's going to elect a guy in a wheelchair. They're just not going to do it. I'm quite honestly, I'm surprised that he made it to governor of Texas, but that just tells you how shrewd he is with the law and politics. He was able to glad-hand enough people to get to be the governor of the state of Texas. I don't think he'll be able to make it to the next level, though. I doubt it. I doubt it very seriously. And it used to be if you were from Texas and you ran for president, you had a pretty good chance of being president. But Rick Perry proved that that is not just it's not a golden ticket. You actually have to not be stupid, or at least be likable enough to overcome your stupidity. Rick Perry was not likable enough to overcome his stupidity. He was just dumb as shit. Y'all saw him on the stage. We're gonna get rid of 3 departments: the Department of Education, the Department of Energy, and is there a 3rd department, sir? I forget. I'm sorry. Like, you fucking moron. You don't. You gotta write down your goddamn notes. And then there's Ron Paul standing next to him going, get rid of all of them. There should be 5. Get rid of more. Ugh, these people. Anyway. But yeah, anything can happen. But the ecosystem in Texas today is vastly different than the ecosystem in Texas from the 1990s. When Ann Richards became governor in the 1990s, the Democratic Party was involved in the state. The Democratic Party has not been involved in the state since 1994. They literally, I kid you not, they've abandoned the state. They fucking abandoned the state for 3 decades now. They abandoned it when the Republicans took over in 1990 and redistricted the state, and just brutally redistrict the state to shrink down the number of Democrats to the point where they were inconsequential. The party just abandoned the fucking state. They were like, well, if we want to win presidencies, we don't need Texas. We're out. Because they had Florida, Ohio, New York, California. Florida, Ohio, New York, California, and one more. I can't remember the other one. As far as electoral counts go, I think Virginia was another one. They had enough votes outside of Texas. They didn't need Texas, and they were okay with abandoning the state. And they abandoned the state. That was it. But now they're looking at it and saying, maybe if they get the state back, then it changes the map significantly. It significantly changes the map. But like I said, we'll talk about that more in November. That would be a great discussion to have on our post-election, our election night watch party. Anyway, yeah, the maliciousness of that will, well, maybe we'll see. I don't know. Like I said, 25 donors, $56 million, 48 million of it went to one party. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. It is way too early to predict, and it is way too close to be able to make a prediction. Ninja name. 2-day-old account. That's not a 2-day. I saw sunflowers last week. Didn't I see you last week? Didn't I see you on the show last week? Friday. I saw you on the. You popped into the live music show on Friday, if I recall. Joe's Old Humble glasses. This glass? That one? See, I told you it would be 5 hours. It's not been 5 hours. Is it after 1 o'clock? Holy crap, it's after 1 o'clock. Sky blue see, coloring pencils in the context of coloring, shading, art, that's fine. I'm down with that. Got a whole set of colored pencils in there for doing art for my labels and shit like that. Got a whole set of colored pencils. They're gorgeous. I love them. But I don't use them for like writing. I write with regular old number 2 pencils. I'm a traditionalist when it comes to that. Gramophone on the top, no eraser. 0.005 black ink pens for me. And charcoal pencils. Yeah, charcoal pencils are another one. I mean, I don't use, when I'm doing carpentry work, I don't use one of these pencils. I have a marking pencil. or I have a carpenter's pencil that's a flat, 1/2 inch by 1/4 inch flat pencil, so it doesn't roll off the table. Those are the pencils that I use in those contexts. But Jesus Christ, I wouldn't take my carpentry pencil from my distillery and use it on my calendar here at the office. That would be cuckoo bird crazy. Absolutely cuckoo bird. Rick Perry, Captain Hairdo. He was the fucking worst. Absolute insane. And not only was he stupid, motherfucker was corrupt as hell. Son of a bitch gave a list of names to the president of Ukraine to put on the board of Burisma for his own a list of his cronies to put on the board of Burisma, so that he and his cronies could help control the flow of gas coming through the country of Ukraine. At the same time, these motherfuckers are complaining about Hunter Biden being on the board of Burisma. Rick Perry's like, here, put these guys on the board too. They'll do good for you. You know what I mean? Like, you fucking piece of these guys. These people. And he wasn't even like low key about it. He was just like, yeah, here, Bluebell, the best ice cream in the country. Bluebell, the best ice cream in the country. Blah, blah. So you can't be upset when you're talking about Bluebell. Bluebell, the best ice cream in the country. Calms you down. Like that cotton jingle. But God, Rick Perry was such a fucking idiot. Anyway, where are we at? Thanks for joining. Oh, sunflower. There you go. Charcoal makes great shades. Yeah. In fact, my son, my oldest, whose room is directly above my office here, has a set of charcoal pencils specifically for his drawing. Yeah. Well, yeah. And see, that's according to The Hill, Abbott holds an 8-point lead over Beto O'Rourke, the Texas governor. And Beto had closed that to about 4 points, but then Abbott had a bunch of money roll in the last couple of months and started posting a bunch of ads and stuff like that. So it had narrowed down to about 4 points, and now it's expanding back out again. But it depends on what publication and what polls you look at. And I don't know. I really don't know. It could be a very close race. It could be within 2 or 3 points at the end of the day. We'll see. I don't know. Mint pens. I think I have a set of those pencils. DeSantis will be the 2020. DeSantis will almost certainly be the 2024 Republican nominee. But it's going to be a fucking knockdown, drag out fight. It's going to be great. I love it. It's going to be so great. Beto doesn't seem to abandon Texas. He passionately seems happy. He does, and there's a passion to these guys, and it's there's a distinct difference in the connectivity and the passion that both of them show. One of them is going outside of the traditional power structure in the state of Texas. And by traditional, I mean the last 30 years power structure in the state of Texas. And one of them is leveraging that ecosystem. But that's really all they need to do. Ted Cruz doesn't need the approval of most of the state. He just needs the approval of the people who are going to give him 30, 40, $50 million to run his campaign. That's it. And that's 9 people, 12 people. That's it. Abbott has gotten roughly $30 million worth of campaign cash from 22 people. So $30 million, 22 people. Plus the money from the PACs that have filtered back to him. So he's gotten something like almost $37 million from those 22 people plus the several PACs. Meanwhile, Beto is getting the donations that average about $36 from thousands of people across the state of Texas. You know, Beto's gotten about a third of that. A third of where Abbott's gotten 30 something million, Beto's gotten about 12 from 6 or 8 people. But the rest of his contributions have come from thousands and thousands and thousands of people across the state of Texas. Abbott's contributions come from thousands and thousands of people across the state of Texas too, but Beto's outraising him. So it's, like I said, it's going to be it's a fascinating, interesting thing. It's going to be really fascinating to see what happens in Texas over the next 3 months or 2 months because of the ecosystem. And we're talking about a major disruption in the political ecosystem if governor, lieutenant governor, if any one of these statewide races flips, it makes it more challenging in 2024 for the next senator who's running in the state of Texas, who happens to be a disgusting ground slug who grew a beard to hide his double chin and soft jaw. So, it's that ecosystem that's grown up over the last 30 years. If those positions flip, it challenges that ecosystem, and that ecosystem is on the rocks. And it blows it up. Suddenly, a whole bunch of fresh money is going to be coming into the state, and it's going to change things dramatically. And if you take 36 electoral votes away from the Red Party never wins another election ever again. Ever. You can't win the presidency without Texas, California, and New York. You can do California and New York, but you can win it without California and New York if you have the rest of the block of states. But if you lose Texas, you lose it forever. This is a very important state when it comes to holding onto your power structure. As is Florida. As is, there's a whole bunch of like little lynchmans, and if they have to spend money to protect Texas, it becomes a very different national map. Very different national map. If you got to spend money to protect Texas versus Texas just being Texas, it's one thing spending money to protect to get Colorado or Pennsylvania or, the Democrats don't spend any money keeping California. They don't spend any money keeping New York. If the Republicans have to start spending money to keep Texas and Florida, it's over. It's fucking over. But like I said, there's a very deeply, strongly vested interest in keeping Texas the way it is. So I don't know how it's going to play out. I absolutely don't know how it's going to play out. But I do know on the very baseline, the most important thing is the more people that go out and vote, the more people that get their voice heard, the more people that participate in the process, then the more people that run, the more people are encouraged to run, which means more people running means more ideas. More ideas in the marketplace means ultimately better governance. Even if it's the same people in office, if you have 5 people running for an office and the same person wins, it's better than if you have 2 people running for office and the same person wins, because you have 3 additional ideas in the marketplace, and the population clamoring for those 3 ideas. Those 2 people, the top 2 people, adopt those ideas, and you make better governments, make better representation, better representation, better governments, and better conditions for everybody going forward. And that's why voting is important. So register to vote and go fucking vote. And if you're going to vote for American fucking Idol, the least you can do is vote for governor of your state. So there you go. Anyway, where are we? Love my fine pointed pens. I like fine pointed pens too. I like the way they sound on the paper. As they go across the paper, it's a little ASMR thing. I like the way they sound, but I also just like the output. It's a nice, tidy set of lines, and it's a nice clean script. That's what I like about the fine points. This pen in particular, where's it at? Where'd it go? These pens in particular, that's why I like these pens that have the little points. I like these pens with the little stylus point at the end. They have a nice, thin line that it draws. And that makes me visually happy to see a thin line. And, you know, for the most part, pens are going to give you a relatively thin, clean line. There's not going to be like a Sharpie. Sharpies give you that fat, thick, but I do not like felt tip pens. I much prefer not to have felt tip pens. I much prefer to have a thin ballpoint. So anyway, it's 20 embossing set, but only. I think a blue embossing set would be okay. I can handle that. I do have a wood burning kit that has a. Yeah, I would love to have some gold. I would love to do some work with gold foil, and my wood burning. I would love to do some work with that. Anyway, what about the color? Yeah, what about the color, Maddie? I mean, yeah, the fine points are fine, but what about the color? You wanna have a purple pen? Do you need to have blue or black? Can you do purple? Can you do pink? Can you write with a pink pen? You gonna sign documents with a pink pen? You one of those psychopaths? Or are you gonna actually be like a normal person and only sign documents in blue and black? Legally, most documents must be signed in blue or black ink. There's a lot of contract guys who will only accept blue or black ink signatures. Probably has to do with the scanning. Have I ever had blueberry cheesecake ice cream? I have not had blueberry cheesecake ice cream. I have had a blueberry topping on a cheesecake, though. But not blueberry cheesecake ice cream, no. Gotta be black ink. I'm with you. I'm with you there. That is still my preferred pen of choice is black ink. Although, now I've said that there was a period of time when I would not sign documents. I would not pick up, I would not handle a blue pen. There was also a point in time where I preferred to use blue pens. When I was working at the bank, I preferred to sign all of the documents that I signed in blue ink because the blue ink was, every time I saw the blue ink, I knew it was original signature. And there was a period of time where I think I signed like 200 trust contracts or something like that and brought in 200 new accounts. And they were all done with blue ink. And I insisted on blue ink because those new agreements, they were brand new agreements and they had a wet ink signature. And the wet ink signature was my blue ink signature. And there it was. That goes into the file. And if I saw the contract, there was a certain time period. It was like 2014 through 2016, I think. That 2-year time frame when it was something like 200 contracts because we redid most of the contracts that we had. If it was dated between those 2 years and it was a black ink, I knew it was, just by looking at it, I knew it was a copy. And that doesn't mean anything to most people, but to me that meant something. So there you go. Anyway, brown. Is there such a thing as brown ink? Ugh, gross. Yeah, gross. That is true. Ted Cruz sucks. Yeah, he has a power. He has a passion for the money that's in Texas. That's accurate. Ted Cruz, the only person from Canada that is. Yeah, he was Canadian. And here's a fun fact about Ted Cruz. He still had Canadian citizenship when he ran for president in 2012. He still had Canadian citizenship. And in order to drop your, I think, no, it was 2012 or 2016. In order to drop your citizenship in Canada, you have to write an explanation of why you want to rescind your citizenship. So somewhere on file is an application with an essay from Ted Cruz explaining why he does no longer want to be a citizen of Canada. That exists. That exists. He had dual citizenship when he left Canada, came down to the United States. His parents were apparently American, whatever the explanation is. He is an American citizen who also had Canadian citizenship, and he had to rescind his Canadian citizenship. And to do that, you have to write an essay, an explanation, you have to write an explanation of why you want to rescind your citizenship. And it gets reviewed by the citizenship office, and your application is either approved or denied. His application was approved because he was running for president of the United States, and he didn't want to have dual citizenship as a candidate presidency. I think it might have been 2016. But I thought he ran in 2012 too. No, I think it was 2016, as a matter of fact. He started the campaign with dual citizenship, and sometime in the middle of the campaign, he dropped his Canadian citizenship. And so that he had to write an essay explaining why. And somewhere in the bowels of Canadian bureaucracy, there is an application from one Rafael Cruz that explains, I want to rescind my Canadian citizenship because I want to be president of the United States of America. Blah, 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 blah. Which I would love to. I would love to read that. I would love to see it. I would love to read it. I would love to just put it in a frame and send it to his office. Here's a fun hobby. This is a fun thing to do. Ted Cruz has several offices around the state of Texas and Washington, D.C. So D.C., Houston, McAllen, Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, offices all over the state. He made the rounds earlier this month, crowing about this Ports to Plains Highway 37, Highway 37 that goes up from Laredo through Amarillo and Lubbock up into Canada. Crowing about this thing, that he wrote the legislation that got it included. Included the designation as a Ports to Plains freeway, included in the infrastructure bill for highways and byways and whatnot, among other things. Did the bipartisan effort to do the work to get this included into the bill. Then he voted against the bill to fund it. So, what's really fun to do is call up his office when the staff answers, which isn't often, but when the staff answers, you say, I would like to thank my senator for doing the hard work to get the bill, the Ports to Plains designation for Highway 30, Interstate 37 from the border with Mexico up to the border with Canada. I really do appreciate the work that he's done. This is going to be a big boon to the state. It's going to be a big growth for jobs. It's going to be a big it's going to be a big help for the state, a big for the citizens of the state, and a real economic driver for the state. This was great of him to do. I'm really glad he did this and got the funding for it, and it's actually going to become a reality. This has been a long time coming. And then make his office tell you that he actually voted against the funding for the bill. He actually voted against the funding for the designation of the freeway. He did the work to get it into the infrastructure bill, but he voted against it because there was other stuff that he was opposed to, but he voted against it. And then asked them, so if he's not going to vote for the funding and we got it anyway, why do we need him there? And then they'll let them answer that question, because that's just fun to do. It's just fun to do. It's really fun to do. The people in Washington will hang up on you, but the people in Texas will try to answer the question. Bless their sweet little hearts. They are doing a thankless job, but because they're working for a slime ball. But yeah, you got to be nice to them sometimes. You call them up, ask them to do these things, and then you're like, I feel sorry for you. Bless your sweet little heart. One of these days, you'll work for a whole human boy. But not yet. But one of these days, you could always go work at the Best Western. You don't have to work for this guy. But yeah, that's a fun hobby. If you have extra time on your hands, look up Ted Cruz's phone. Oh fuck, I'll post it. His Washington office is where's his phone number? Do I still have it? His Washington office, there it is. His Washington office is 202. Central Texas, North Texas, Southeast Texas. Where's his Washington office? I'll post the phone number for you. There it is. Copy the phone number. Go to our chat window. There it is. Call him up tomorrow. You got time. Do it. Write down the number. Call it up. 202-224-5922. Go through the voice prompts. Call him up. Thank him for the work that he did. Thank him for the work that he did. And thank him for making sure it was funded. All the way through. Funded so that we can get the work started and get the work done and make them tell you that he didn't vote for it. Just like with the PACT Act. Thank them for him doing the work to get the benefits for our veterans and make them tell you that he actually voted against it. Oh God, I'm so petty. Maddie, I'm not gonna hate you for that. Don't worry. Don't worry, I'm not gonna hate you for that. You're part of the ecosystem. It's all right. It's okay. Sharpies are for signing bodies. Actually, I use my Sharpies to sign bottles. That's mostly what I use my Sharpies for. Blue ballpoint pens. I'm only gonna sign documents in purple tie-dye with calligraphy brushes. Jesus Christ. You got it working. Also subscribed. Holy crap! There it is. I'm gonna refresh the number. Oh, wrong thing. That number. I'm gonna refresh it just because I like to see the numbers change. Cha-chunk. There you go. Thank you, JLM. I appreciate it. You're the fucking all-star of the night. You really are. Appreciate it. Truly do. We started at 824. We got down to 822, and now it's back up to 823 because of you, Mr. JLM. I appreciate it. Yeah. So yeah, smash all the buttons. There's a very good chance that Friday. I want some water. Do I have any water in here? I don't have any water. Damn it. I guess I gotta have one more drink. Call it a night. I don't have any water in here at all. Let's see here. Should I have a cigar? Smoke a cigar in my office? Would that piss my wife off? Would that get me kicked out of the house if I smoke a cigar in the office? Maybe I'll just wave one around. I'll keep it in my hand. Have my cigar. Another thing. My formerly nicotine-stained hands. I have this stuck here right here. Formerly nicotine-stained hands. This is what we need to know. Hillary Clinton. Yeah, that's my Rush Limbaugh impersonation. EIB networks. The golden microphone. The EIB network. I'm getting out of hand. Somebody come get the Old Humble guy. He's lost his fucking mind. He's out of hand. Somebody get this guy. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. It is, what is it, 1:45? Okay. Or bit shoot. I don't know what bit shoot means. Are you streaming? Oh, am I streaming on D Live? No, I am just streaming on YouTube right now. That's it, just YouTube. I had been doing a triple stream on YouTube, Twitter, and YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. But then I stopped doing Twitch. I would switch between Twitch and Twitter, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. I'd kind of rotate them around, but YouTube was always the standard one that I would do. And then I kind of stopped doing Twitch streaming, and then I kind of stopped doing the other streaming, and I just do YouTube. So I reconfigured my OBS, and I just streamed to YouTube, so it was like no big deal. What is this? According to Time Magazine, Ted Cruz formally gave up his Canadian citizenship about 9 months after learning he had it. Yeah. See, that's Ted Cruz being a fucking liar. He knew he had Canadian citizenship. He knew he fucking had it. He just didn't care that he had it until he decided to run for fucking president. You're not a citizen of a country and not know you're a citizen of a country. He knew it. He knew he had it. It was never an issue. It was never a big deal. And he didn't think it was that big of a deal. He may have, and I'll be charitable about this. He may have assumed that when he became a citizen of the United States, or when he moved to the United States, he no longer had citizenship from Canada, or he may have assumed that his citizenship, he wasn't a citizen of Canada, he was just a resident of Canada, or it may not have accrued to him, but through his parents, or whatever. Doesn't matter. I'd still like to read that essay. I would really like to read that essay because he learned that he had it when he was running for president, and he dropped it during that presidential race. And I would love to find out. I would love to read that essay because it would be so fucking choice. Ted Cruz writing an essay of why I want to not be Canadian citizen anymore. I am Ted Cruz, and I would like to no longer be a Canadian citizen for three distinct reasons. Each of these reasons are very important to me. The most important reason is that I am running for president. The next most important reason is I do not reside in Canada, nor do I wish to reside in Canada. The third most important reason is, that I do not wish to be a citizen anymore. These reasons are ordered 1 through 3, but they are in no way ranked from most important to least important. Each one is just as important as the other. I wish to no longer be, now we get into the bodies of the paragraph. I wish to no longer be a Canadian citizen because I am running for president. Running for president is very hard to do, and very few people actually get to be president compared to the number of candidates. I cannot have anything on my record showing blah. It would be such a good fucking essay. You gotta admit, that would be just awesome. Yep. Nothing against Canada, but I'm an American by birth. Well, he wasn't. He's Canadian by birth. And as a U.S. senator, I believe I should be only an American. Yes, as most people would. Um, but I doubt. I still. I would love to see the essay. I would absolutely love to see it. I'm sure it would be well written and full of legalese and jibber jabber and gobbledygook and a bunch of chest thumping Americana that is just you know just the literary version of the linguistic version of boner pills. Anyway, I should give. That's a good point. She should be moderator. She's good people. I remember. I remember her from way back when. You're a moderator now. But but if you change your name again, I'm gonna. I'm not giving it to you a third time or second time. I don't remember. I don't remember if I gave it to you twice. Do you pay double taxation? I think you only pay taxes in Canada for earnings you make in Canada. I don't think you pay taxes in Canada for earnings that you make in the United States. Just like in the United States, you only pay taxes on your earnings. You don't pay taxes on your earnings overseas, only taxes on your earnings in the States if you're an expat. Anyway. Bye, Maddie. It was good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. We'll be back in for sure Wednesday next week. I don't know if we'll be back tomorrow night, but you're already gone, so you don't know. Newly discovered Canadian ship, 2014. 2014 would have been when he was preparing to run for president in 2016. That's when it would have been. It was for the 2016 election when he discovered, oh my goodness, I'm actually Canadian. But that might have been the two. Did he run? That was his. That was a senatorial. That was a senator election in 2014. He ran for Senate in 2014. Because his reelection was in 2020, and his next election is 2026. So that was a senator. That was a Senate campaign year, 2014, and he was preparing. I think that was his first general election that he ran in because I think he was appointed governor or appointed. He filled in the seat in a special election. Was that Kay Bailey Hutchinson's seat that he filled in for? I think it was Kay Bailey Hutchinson that he filled in for in 2000. Shit, I can't remember. So fucking long ago. Drop your link, Maddie. Drop it. I'm not gonna stop you. Fucking do it, man. If I go to Japan, I'm supposed to pay USA taxes on income earned. Oh, okay. I am not familiar with expat taxes. I thought that I'm sure that the tax you pay locally is deducted from the tax that you would owe to the states, so you're not like being double taxed on your income. You know, if you earn $100,000 in Japan, you pay the Japanese tax first on your earnings in Japan, and then if the if the tax for the United States is greater than the tax for Japan, you'd owe the difference to the U.S. But if I may be wrong about that. You may not owe taxes to Japan at all. You may only owe taxes to the U.S. I don't know. You can tell me, JL. Um, But the Canadian law may be different. You may not owe expat taxes in Canada if you and maybe it's also if you're a temporary resident, if you're a permanent resident of the United States and you're just working in Japan, it may be there may be a difference. You know, you have a work visa, you're going over there. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, deductions, workarounds, etc. Yeah, that's what I figured. Something about the deductions and workarounds. So you wouldn't have to pay, 20% there and 20% here, totaling 40%. You'd pay 20% here and 22%, or 20% there, 22% here, deducting the 20% you already paid, which would make it 2%. Possibly, I would think. Or if you were a permanent resident there, you no longer had residency in the United States, then probably you wouldn't even owe money back to the U.S. because you're no longer a resident here, maybe? I don't, I mean, that seems like it would make more sense that way. But, if you're just going, if you live in the United States and you're going there for a job and coming back here, uh, you're only a temporary resident there, you have 3 months there. You go there, you earn the money there, you take it back home, the repatriation of the la 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 la. I don't know. That would be something. That would be an interesting thing to find out more about. I think. At least it would be interesting to me. It is 1:56, guys. I think we need to wrap this up. I think we need to wind this down because I actually do have to work in the morning. As I pour myself one final drink of my straight whiskey, 90% corn, 10% malted barley, aged 5 years in used bourbon barrels, bottled at 90 proof, and made right here in the great state of Texas. U.S. citizen born in Okinawa, right? Which means you were born in Okinawa to American citizens, which is your birthright citizenship. Which is, by the way, an interpretation of the Constitution, not actually in the Constitution. Citizenship is granted by law, not the Constitution. The law can be changed, and the Constitution does not protect your citizenship rights. My pops was Army, American citizen. Back in the U.S. Marine during Gulf War, right? Okinawa is a territory of Japan, yes. I didn't know Okinawa was ever a territory of the U.S. I thought we had an Army base there, or Navy base. We had a base in Okinawa, but I didn't think it was ever a territory. I thought it was always owned by Japan. I thought it was always owned by Japan. It was just we had a base in Okinawa that had U.S. territory for the base. But I'm again not anything that I've looked deeply into. I have no specific idea. And I don't know if you qualify as a citizen of Japan. Born to American citizens in Japan, presumably on Japanese territory, maybe you do have dual citizenship. I don't know. You should depend. I don't know. Depends on the laws and rules of citizenship in Japan. Oh, okay. So Okinawa was American territory prior to the late 70s. Interesting. Huh. So the land went back to Japan, and then we just had the base. Interesting. Anyway. Okay. Okay, guys. Let's wrap this up. It's 2 o'clock. It's time. It's time. It's time. This has been fun. Great conversation, guys. There are many U.S. military bases in Okinawa. Yeah, well, I mean, I know of the Army and Navy. I'm not surprised. I wouldn't be surprised there's Air Force and Marines there too. And we still operate the bases there, if I'm not mistaken. The only bases that we do operate on the Pacific, the Western Pacific Rim, right now, if I'm not mistaken. Look it up. I'll look it up. It's piqued my curiosity. I'm gonna go check it out. I'm not gonna look it up right now. Y'all have made me laugh tonight more than I should. Oh my god, this has been such a fun fucking night. It's been a fun night. I appreciate it. Um, bourbon pins. Hmm. Um, Okinawa is more okay with Japan owning them the second time around than the first. Probably so. And China is making a lot of noise about Taiwan, but China's got some problems right now. That would be a fun show to talk about the problems that China's having. Where's my? There's a pencil. I'll use that. The Chinese collapse. Collapse. The late. I mean, there's been some interesting stories coming out of China of their apparent demise, but alleged coups and house arrest and new presidents and all kinds of shit that's going on. But apparently, Xi Jinping is still in power, and it was just I don't know. It's interesting times going on in China right now. Very interesting times. And a year ago, there were certain people who were just insisting, absolutely insisting that United States and China were going to be going to war, and then that was inevitable. And now it does not appear to be. Not only does it not appear to be inevitable, it appears to be quite evitable, which I assume would be the opposite of inevitable. Which is literally what I was saying a year ago. That like there's absolutely no chance, uh, absolutely no chance that we're going to war with China. They can't afford to go to war against us. They go to war against us, their entire economy collapses. But that would be another conversation to have for another night because it's 2:00 and it's time to go to bed. I'm tired. You're tired. Everybody's tired. I don't want to go to bed, but yeah, we need to go to bed. We need to wrap this up. I need to put ice on my knee. I need to get some sleep. I need to get up in the morning and go do some work. And get prepped up for Friday. We got a big game day Friday. I got some cases of whiskey to bottle up. I got some shit to do. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages, we're gonna go. I'm gonna switch this over to our main cam screen. Da 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 da. I should probably like button my shirt. Like that. Good. Properly dressed now. Microphone good. Like that. Good. See, I don't want like quite so much like a hippie. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, this has been a fantastic night. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I had a ton of fun. We're at 823 subs, moving onward to 1,000 subscribers. Help us get there. I get there, we fight a kangaroo. We fight a kangaroo. I fight a kangaroo. Get us onto this one. I'm looking forward to seeing that show up in our feed. 1,000 subscribers. I'm going to turn that into an animated graphic and figure out a way to do that. So help me. It'll be awesome. I appreciate, of course, the support all along the way. Thank you, JL, for the comment about the hat. This was a gift from a friend of mine. It is a folding hat. You can see. Folds over. Put it in a little bag. I have 3 hats that are just like this. One. Hold on. 1 second. The big difference between this one. This is my old hat. This hat has traveled with me for well over 10,000 miles. This hat, the big difference between these two hats, this one is my summer hat, has a mesh. See, can you see the mesh? Yeah, it has mesh. This is plain leather. And this hat has traveled with me for well over 10,000 miles. This hat is trying to make up the difference. Both come from the same company. No, this comes from a Wisconsin company called Minnetonka. This is this hat is the original Australian folding hat from the Bay. What the fuck does it say? Bamali? Bar. Can't see it. Barmah. Barmah hats made in Australia. So this is Australian. This one is Wisconsin. Minnetonka. Minnetonka hats versus. And my dad had a hat that was almost identical to this one. He liked this hat so much he went and got one that was very similar to it. And my dad's hat is in the distillery by the door. Sits on a barrel next to the door underneath the light switch. So he is sitting on a barrel next to the door, greeting people as they come in. Yeah, and my two favorite hats in the entire world, because you can't ruin these hats. They fold up, they fold over, they fold up. Stomp on them, crush them, break them. They don't get out of shape. You can't ruin these hats. Now my Stetson, on the other hand, you can absolutely ruin the Stetson. But these hats, you can't fuck these hats up. This is just a plain old leather hat, and you can't fuck this hat up. This is absolutely why I love this hat. Plain old leather. This has leather and mesh. They don't absorb sweat. So in the summertime, that's why I got the mesh, or my buddy gave me the mesh hat, because in the summertime you can just see it dripping off the brow. But yeah, when I do my through hike of the Lone Star Trail, this one will be coming with me because it'd be cold weather out in the Sam Houston National Forest. So anyway, where are we at? Let's those kind are great for travel. They pop right back into shape. Absolutely. And they go, not only do they pop back into shape, they can fit in a bag of luggage. Just throw them in there, close the luggage. You don't have to worry about it getting busted out of shape. My Stetson, on the other hand, I mean, it's a great hat. I love my Stetson, but it's a felt hat, and it can absolutely get molded and broken out of shape, and it looks like a mess sometimes. Got to clean it. Collects up dust and all kinds of dust and lint. It's a great hat. I love my Stetson, but I like my leather hats a whole lot better. Anyway, so plans going forward. Thursday night trivia, possibly tomorrow night. We're doing a watch party for the University of Houston Football Cougars. Well, we're not going to be live streaming. We will be at the distillery. There will be a day in the life episode between now and this weekend. Saturday, I'm going to Enchanted Rock. So there will be a lot of video and a lot of shorts taken from Enchanted Rock. We'll be posting those up next week. Next week, Wednesday, I'm back here doing another episode. Don't know what we're talking about yet, but I'll figure something out. Thursday, trivia. Friday, the one and only Mike Gallo live music Friday night. Music starts at 7. Show starts at 6:30. Music starts at 7. That video or that live feed is already posted. So get your notifications on, bitches. Then back at it the next week, and coming up at some point in the very near future. Live 24-hour marathon program. I have about 3 or 4 hours of it already scheduled, working on the remaining 20 hours. So live 24-hour live stream. Also, the build out of the distillery is going to begin in about 4 to 6 weeks. And then finally, the video diary of my planning and preparation for the through hike, the 96-mile through hike of the Lone Star hiking trail through the Sam Houston National Forest here in the great state of Texas near the great city of Houston. So we got some stuff coming up on the channel. You might want to be a part of it. You might want to tell your friends. You might want to get more people to help me subscribe with me. And when we hit 1,000 subscribers, I'll fight a fucking kangaroo. Fight a kangaroo. Why would I do that? If you got to ask why, you'll never understand. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages, thank you so much for joining me tonight. Y'all make these shows fun. I appreciate it. It's a whole lot more fun hanging out with you guys than it is just talking into the ether to myself, without question. So think with your whole brain, love with your whole heart, be awesome to each other, and until next time, I am the Old Humble Guy, your friendly neighborhood sin merchant, and I will see you again very soon. Cheers. Good night.